right, I'd like to call to order this budget hearing, first of 4 this week. We have a quorum. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Chopra.
Here.
Granger.
Present.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Volan. Here. Sandberg.
Here.
Rollo. Here. And it's my
Thank you.
understanding Ruff and Sturbaum will be joining us.
All right, very good. Okay, well, tonight we're going to start with an overview of the budget. Then we're going to look at compensation and health insurance, which affects all departments. Then we will move on to some specific departments: human resources, city legal, information and technology services, the city council office, the city clerk, and the controller's office. And we will round out the evening with the office of the mayor. So who from the administration would like to start us off today? Mayor Hamilton, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an exciting week. Here we go, kicking it off. Welcome everybody on television too. I want to first thank the council for your stewardship through the years, for sustaining our great city and achieving so many important goals while also protecting financial security, working toward more sustainability as well for future generations. As we start, I'd also like a note of special thanks. Perhaps he's watching, though I kind of hope he's not, but to Tim Mayer, who is a longtime council member, reviewed and supported so many of these budgets. So Tim, thanks to you. Thanks to the staff of the city for hard work: Mick, Jeff, Mary Catherine, Tom, Elizabeth, all our department heads, our cabinet, which meets every 2 weeks through the year, and special thanks to the 700 city employees who work every hour of every day on the job. I want to take a special moment of personal privilege as well to thank my wife, the First Lady of Bloomington, for being here, and let you know that this is her birthday today, so the budget hearings are on her birthday. So that we may try to sneak out after some part of this to do that.
Exciting now. Let me take a moment.
Okay. So tonight is a preview of the 2018 budget. It's all available online, of course, for anybody who wants to look at it. We look forward to 4 nights of presentation and then more discussion of priorities, including from council, and then final action in September. I'll note that we also do bring forward the office of council and clerk in forwarding your own developed budgets, and we present all of our departments as well. We do many things together, our city administration and council. This document that we develop and that you enact together is among the very most important policy documents we will create this year. It's how we set our priorities. As each of our 15 department heads shares their goals for 2018, you'll discover that our priorities for 2018 continue to include economic health, public safety, affordable housing, efficient operations. And you'll see the impacts of our several community task forces and their recommendations. With the budget, I always emphasize transparency and accountability. Budgets should be where we say what we'll do and do what we say. We began an emphasis last year being specific about what each of our departments seeks to accomplish with their public resources, why and how they do what they do. You'll hear from each department head a brief interim report on 2017. Where are we on this year's goals? And then a fuller outline about 2018, key objectives and specific measurable goals. And much greater detail, of course, is available in the written full budget. Those goals are all developed extensively through strategic planning within departments and at the cabinet level. And they are informed, among other things, by the new biennial city survey, which includes data about what our residents care about and what they want to see improved, changed, or retained. You will also see funding to continue that survey in the budget. So these detailed 2018 goals, embodying transparency and accountability, are working goals. They are not final. We will continue to refine them through development of this budget with advice from you and through your final action in adopting a budget. indeed through implementation all through the year. And I want explicitly to thank all the department heads, and explicitly, particularly, Deputy Mayor Reneisen and Controller Underwood for the extensive work to provide so much detail to the community in each department. Tonight, my comments will really include 4 basic sections. First, a basic fiscal overview of our operating budget and assets. Second, briefly describing the policies guiding the budget and the context of the budget. Third, key citywide priorities, reporting on 2017 and the goals for 2018, and then closing with a couple special projects. So the first section, a basic fiscal outline and statement, where we are. Just to remind you and everyone, these aren't surprises, but there are 13 departments directly under the Office of the Mayor's jurisdiction with about 700 employees. That includes the City of Bloomington Utilities. There are 2 additional affiliated and overseen departments with another 140 employees, Bloomington Transit with a little over 100, and Bloomington Housing Authority with about 30, making about 840 employees. The total operating budget for the 13 departments under the Office of the Mayor includes about $128 million of operating, which includes about $43 million from the general fund and about $44 million from the City of Bloomington Utilities. There's another $22 million operating budget from those 2 affiliated entities, transit and housing, making about $150 million in annual spending that you are reviewing over the next 4 days. Just to note, in the city's direct budget of $84 million, that is about $1,000 per resident of funding that they provide to support the city's operations of $84 million, not including utilities, transit, and housing. Capital investments, again, also are fundamental, and they generally do not come through this annual appropriation process, but I want to discuss them briefly. And I also just want to remind us, while talking about an operating budget, the assets that we oversee. The 15 departments and organizations have an overall value of assets at about $700 million. That's the historic cost of the assets held by those departments. The replacement value certainly would be well over $1 billion of the assets that we're talking about for the thousands of acres of land and parks, our water reservoirs, our buildings, all our equipment, hundreds of street miles and pipe miles and sidewalk miles and path miles, over 3,000 fire hydrants, and hundreds of vehicles that are owned. It's critically important that we keep up that very large base of assets. Now, as a revenue summary, and you'll hear more soon from Jeff Underwood, the revenue from our property taxes is projected to be up 4% based on a growth in levy from the state formula. I will give you a caveat. We're going to talk about tax caps in a moment, but that's the projected growth in the levy of 4%. Local income taxes, we're still awaiting projection of the full information, so we have assumed 0 growth in the lit for this budget, a conservative but I believe appropriate approach. Other revenues besides those 2 big pots you will hear more about from Jeff Underwood. Now the tax cap, I want to emphasize this, and we have a little chart here. This really is the first year that we're seeing a significant impact from the constitutional property tax caps that have been placed and that have been hurting many cities for several years. This year, the projection is we will lose $1 million of that tax increase to the constitutionally required property tax caps. And you can hear more about that from Jeff and others as well. But that's worth noting. As you see in the 17 estimate, it was about $50,000 estimated loss. 2018, the estimate is $1 million of lost tax revenue from property taxes, which is about the same as a 4% increase. Kind of wipes out the whole increase in that way. So you'll hear specific financial details as the 15 departments and their affiliated organizations share their overviews. So let me move to section 2, just an overall approach about how we think about the budget. I do, and we do, I think. And in approaching the budget, the first principle is maintaining prudent reserves and maintaining our assets. both physical and human. That is, take care of what we own and who we are. A second principle is investing in the future, creating value tomorrow for all our residents from all walks of life by investing today in the programs and activities and assets that help us all reach the next level. You'll see in the budget that I have recommended that while keeping our reserves at a healthy number, well above 30% of annual operating expenses, we can protect against those property tax caps from damaging our ability to continue forward-looking investments. The 2018 proposed budget continues efficient and responsible fiscal stewardship with healthy balances in reserve and growth commensurate with population and needs. We identify key opportunities and challenges to which our budget should respond, and our budget responsibly maintains and/or replaces assets, be they equipment or physical infrastructure. And in approaching the budget, we keep front and center the principle of stewardship, taking care of what we have and improving it over time. Our budget continues to invest in our people in basic ways. The budget includes a 2% raise in salary for non-union employees. The budget includes 1% on average dedicated to training and skills building, 1% of the overall personnel costs dedicated to training and skills building. The budget includes, and this is important, we talked about this last year, we've achieved a $15 an hour minimum wage for all permanent city employees. I'm proud of that and thank you for your help and support in that. The budget includes investment in appropriate equipment for all of our people. You'll hear more about that. The budget includes a principle of reverting 50% of reversions back to the departments that save that money. We've done that in 16, we're doing it this year, and it encourages our department heads to be prudent and rewards them by getting 50% of the reversions back to their department. The budget includes $25,000 again for awards to outstanding employees or teams, and the budget sets aside $250,000 in 2018 for a down payment on any adjustments that may be coming out of the salary study. You'll hear more about the salary study, which is not quite complete, but we believe it's the first since the late 90s, and this is a statement in the budget that we are making a down payment on beginning salary adjustments as needed. Section 3, let me just talk about some of the basic goals. Our priorities for 2018 continue to include economic health, public safety, affordable housing, and efficient and transparent operations. I'll outline just some key aspects of this focus. I note as well the importance of several community task forces that have helped create a transparent and engaging process to identify the continued efforts. First, on economic health. Good jobs in the local economy are the foundation of all that we do here in Bloomington. They support all the people living, learning, and working here. We will continue to focus on strengthening a more sustainable local economy through infrastructure investments, through our Department of Economic and Sustainable Development. That includes continued work on our digital infrastructure with ongoing discussions with potential investors. It includes working with IU Health on their $400 million planned investment with IU in the new hospital and academic sciences center. It includes working on the String of Pearls along the B-line from the Switchyard Park at the south to the Trades District at the north. And you should hear more, I hope, about the potential new downtown convention center in the coming months, as well as the community-wide process to identify options for the current IU Health Hospital site. We also continue to work on the 6 core recommendations from the Wage Growth Task Force, which you'll hear more about on Wednesday evening with the ESD department. Public safety. Government's first job is protecting and enhancing public safety. We continue addressing overall crime, whose reported numbers are not moving down as we want. A complex web of issues confronts our city, including opioids and overdoses, addictions, and mental health issues, all compounded by housing affordability and the need for wage growth. Public safety projects, such as those recommended by the Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force, continue to be implemented week by week. We would like to thank businesses, individuals, and so many organizations and other governmental actors who've been active partners in improving public safety for all in our community. with new job programs for underemployed people, and increased activity on the streets to deter illegal behaviors, and increased lighting and parks programming and training and public health efforts to reduce addiction and mental illness. We know this all is work in progress, and to properly function requires a community-wide effort to sustain our progress. Just as one example, I want to thank the county and private sector who've stepped up to join us in helping keep the Shalom Center open over the weekends as a year-long trial effort. And you will see a request for $125,000 for future implementation of those task force recommendations in 2018. You will also see major investments in the basic public safety infrastructure of our city, our police and fire departments. 9 new positions are added to the police department, including 6 in the dramatically overstretched dispatch center, and funding to support 3 new officers on the street, including 1 additional downtown resource officer to expand that very effective program. The fire department will continue its increased training and equipment upgrades with new breathing gear and basic fire protection gear for all our firefighters, as well as, among other things, replacement of our single most expensive apparatus, our aerial ladder truck. Please know that the new countywide public safety local income tax has been an essential source of support to allow these much-needed investments in our basic public safety services. Affordable housing, our community must be affordable for people from all walks of life. We have work to do on this. Much progress is underway with affordable housing in projects like Crawford 2, PEDCOR in the Trades District, Evergreen for seniors, Urban Station, Dunhill investing in the Housing Fund, Adams Crossing, Park South, Habitat's continued work, and the new nonprofit affiliate of our Bloomington Housing Authority, SIHO, which received a land lease to do affordable housing adjacent to Switchyard Park. And we're making progress as well on affordable housing programs. The Comprehensive Master Plan and the Unified Development Ordinance are on the way to you. Pocket neighborhoods have been approved. A pilot for tiny homes is under consideration, but we have much more to do. You will see our request to begin investing up to $1 million of the new Affordable Housing Fund in new projects going forward. And last, on efficient and transparent operations, every day of every week, we work to improve the efficiency of what we do in government and to expand our transparency and accountability to the public. You'll hear examples through the next 4 evenings about what our different departments are doing in that vein. I'm proud of the progress we're making. I'm also committed to continuing these efforts energetically. In the spirit of accountability, I'll particularly call your attention to some of the 2017 goals we outlined a year ago in this process, about which you'll hear updates this week, including the reformed sanitation system, the investment in energy efficiency and savings, including our major push for solar during the next 5 months, our 2017 public safety investments, increases in transparency through Be Clear, weekly public meetings, our citizen survey, and more. And efficiency includes stewardship, which I mentioned before, taking care of what we have and investing in the future. That includes capital investments, not in the operating budget under consideration this week. It's important to know that over the next 3 years, we plan to invest more than $80 million in our infrastructure, including Switchyard Park, the Trades District, solar energy, trails and paths, intersections and sidewalks, existing parks, and existing water and sewer lines. This unprecedented level of basic investment in public infrastructure reflects our collective commitment to doing the basics right, maintaining and enhancing those foundational assets of our community, improving our sustainability, and building momentum for the future. So you got a lot to get to tonight. I want to close with 2 areas that I believe deserve special attention this year. First is the City of Bloomington's bicentennial. It's a big deal to turn 200, and that's in 2018. Now, I don't tonight want to suggest the details of what I think that means and offers to our community. That's a big and a long discussion with a lot of people and input. In terms of the budget, however, I want to point out a couple things. First, we've earmarked in the operating budget $250,000 for 2018 related to the bicentennial. That's a significant amount of money in itself. But we also will be identifying additional funds in the capital budget from bond funds and other sources for investments related to the coming bicentennial to make in the coming years. To celebrate our heritage and invest in the future requires real investment. And I'm going to suggest that we ought to expect to earmark $250,000 each year for the next several years to implement the activities we agree on related to our bicentennial. That operating money and the capital sources available should allow us to pay forward some of the incredible benefit that we have inherited from 200 years of our predecessors. Second is investment in quality preschool. This is a new area, so far as I know, for the city budget. Pre-K, preschool investments directly from cities are growing around the country, from New York City to San Antonio to Seattle to Philadelphia to Dayton, Ohio, and more. So far as I know, only one city in Indiana has such a program, and that's Indianapolis. Our community's long-term success depends greatly on assuring that our youngest residents get a good start on life. Working parents are the norm in most homes, and it's critical that good quality childcare is available for all. I don't believe that city government can shoulder all or even most of this burden. Families do much more themselves, directly of course, and the federal and state government do some and should do much more. But we can do something locally. In looking at our economic future, the Wage Growth Task Force said early childhood education is one of 6 pillars that the city ought to focus on. Every dollar initially invested in early education programs for children from low-income families is estimated to generate $4 to $11 in economic benefits in a child's lifetime. Participating children in quality childcare have a higher rate of finishing high school and college, score better on tests, request less public assistance, and enter the workforce at higher pay rates and higher tax brackets than peers without similar opportunities. Estimates are that several hundred 3- and 4-year-olds in our own community would benefit from subsidized quality early education. And if they would benefit, so would we. That's why I'm proposing that we create a new line item in our 2018 budget. I propose that we invest $100,000 to support quality childcare for lower-income families in our community. To do this, we will be collaborating directly with the Community Foundation and Regional Opportunities Initiative and their major commitment to this issue, as well as with local providers of quality early education. We will encourage and welcome additional state resources to the community. The city, in my view, should be a partner with these organizations in addressing this major challenge. I know this is a new step, and while it may be a modest step, I believe it is a step in the right direction for us. So that's enough from me for now. I'll end where I began with thank you to you for all your work on behalf of our community, your support for city government, our people, our programs, our goals, our facilities, indeed support even for our shared dreams. We all are so fortunate to live here and now in Bloomington with such promise and potential. I look forward to our continued collaboration on how best to lead Bloomington into our 200th year and beyond to a future that is better and brighter for all who will enjoy the chance to be a part of this great place we call home. I'd be happy to take questions or comments, and then look forward next to Controller Underwood's presentation about some more basics on the 2018 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamilton. Are there questions or overall responses to the vision that the mayor has presented? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. I just had a question. You're referring to the Affordable Housing Fund. Is that a name change? I seem to recall when we approved that it's the Housing Development Fund.
That's
Is that
what
not
I'm
correct?
talking about.
Okay.
We have not changed
I
the
thought
name.
maybe it was
Unless
a
you wanna
brand-new
change the
fund,
name,
and I
but
was getting
just-
very
no,
excited
no.
about that.
Same fund,
Okay.
same fund, sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you so much.
Well, we thank you. Happy birthday gift for me for no questions, too. Thank you.
Go
you
enjoy
very
the evening with your wife. Mr. Underwood, the city controller.
Good evening. Jeff Underwood, City Controller. Tough act to follow with the mayor. And my 18th city budget tonight. Mick holds the record, I think. So he didn't take a sabbatical like I did. But thank you all for being here tonight. I'd like to start by thanking my staff who don't think I exist because I've been buried in budget, but my Deputy Controller, Jeff McMillan, and others that we wouldn't have been able to put this presentation together without their help. In fact, I think they're still up getting other nights ready, so thanks to all those. Thanks to the mayor and the deputy mayor for their support, and especially the mayor's office staff, who has kept me fueled with coffee and chocolates and tried to keep me happy and not twitching too much. So with that, let's get into the budget. We're going to talk first about reserves. And we ended the year 2016 with reserves of 44.8%. This is in the general fund and the rainy day fund combined, which, to put in perspective, this would allow us to pay for more than 5 months' worth of the general fund's expenditure if we didn't receive any additional funds. So we're very proud of that. And we will continue to keep those reserves, and we're projecting that we'll end this year with just over 40%, and with the budget about 33% of actual expenditures at the end of 18. We are projecting that expenditures will exceed revenues of approximately $1.8 million in the city's general fund, but as we said, that will still allow us to stay at 4 months, which is our target, about 33% in the general fund itself. The overall budget request, not including utilities or transit, is $83.5 million, which is an increase of $4.6 million over last year, or 5.83% increase. And as noted, the $1 million request in the Housing Development Fund, which is new this year. I would add that total, we're going to be talking to you over the next 4 nights of over 30 different funds that we have monies in and have revenues that come into. So it's quite complicated. I spend a lot of time with folks explaining what we can spend money out of and what we can't spend money out of and for what. But folks are really good about working with us. But just keep in mind that you'll be hearing from about 30 different funds over the next 4 nights. The overall budget request for the general fund is $42.7 million. That's an increase of about $3.5 million, or 9%. This increase reflects one-time expenditures of $1.15 million and also the $1 million increase in property tax caps. Adjusting for those, the general fund budget represents a 3.6% increase in comparison to our last year's request. The Parks General Fund is a request of $7.7 million, and that's an increase of $654,000, or 9.27%. As you remember from last year, getting ahead of myself here, we were able to create the Public Safety Local Income Tax Fund, and that funds primarily 3 departments, the Central Dispatch, Fire Capital, and Police Capital. We believe that we're going to get about $5.3 million in revenues this year from the Public Safety Lit, and another $863,000 in E911 funds to fund those 3 departments. That breaks out to the Central Dispatch. We'd get about $2.875 million in the lit, and they would get all of the E911 funds, and then $794,000 in the police department, and $1.653 million in the fire department, all for capital. Just would like to show you some slides to kind of highlight some of the things that we'll be talking about over the next few days. This slide represents the combination of the City and Parks General Fund, a budget of about $50.4 million. Main thing I'd like to point out here is we've talked about a lot, that we invest in people, and they're the backbone of the city. And as you can see, our personnel costs represent 74% of the total general fund and Parks General Fund budget. Services account for another 18%, capital 2%, supplies 4%, and as you can see, our friend up there, tax caps 2%. So we've added that this year just to show you the impact of what that has on our budget. Next up, we break it down by all of the funds, again, not including utilities, Bloomington Housing or Transit, $83.5 million. You can see that personnel costs still represent 56% of an $83.5 million budget. Services account for 26%, debt service 3%, capital 7%, and supplies 7%. And even with a combined budget, you can see that the tax caps still represent 1% of our overall budget, so it's quite significant. Then we'd like to break it down by function for you. Again, this is the general fund and Parks General Fund. As you can see, public safety is the lion's share at 46% of our functional expenses, followed by Parks and Recreation at 15%. The administrative functions are 11%, capital is 1%, services account for 25%, and tax caps. When we take a look at the overall budget, you can see that public safety continues to be the lion's share at 39%, and Parks and Rec at 9%, administrative 9%, services 38%, debt service 3%, and capital is 1%. Just to give you perspective on the historic growth in the levy, back in the good old days in the early 2000s, you could see we're at 4.8, 4.7, 4.4, and then it's continued to decline down through and bottoming out about 2.6%. And since that time, we've seen some good growth in the last 2 years. But again, most of that in 2018, all of it is going to be wiped out by the property tax caps. This one doesn't show up very well, but this is just to give you an idea of historically what we've done in the general fund. As you can see, actual revenues for 2016 were $40 million, just over $40 million. We're projecting about the same amount in 2017, and for the 2018 budget, $40.8 million. With expenditures, we in 2016, total expenditures actual of $37.2 million, a budget of $39.1 in 2017, and a requested budget of $42.7 million. Allowing for, when we say prior year encumbrances, those are the reversion monies that you reappropriated for us. So we're looking at all balances in both the rainy day and the general fund. We ended the year at $16.8 million. We're projecting it'll be $15.8 at the end of 17 and almost $14 million in 2018. Again, substantial reserves, even with the budget as projected. Final slide for you is just a breakdown of the different departments. We talk about 30 different funds, but there's also 13 departments plus the clerk and the council and the Parks General Fund that are broken down. This shows you what their 2016 actual expenditures were, what the budget was for 2017, our budget request in 18, the dollar change, and the percent change. So in the general fund, again, about a 9% increase, and the same in the Parks General Fund. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Are there questions on the budget overview from council members? Yes, Councilmember Chopra.
Yes. What was the rainy day fund percentage of expenditures in 14 and 15?
We have not spent any money out of the rainy day fund since it was put into place.
Do you know the percentages in those years, just for comparisons?
As
Because
far as the reserves, the total reserves, I have them, I don't have them with me, but I'd be happy to provide them.
Okay. It does seem like there's a downward trend.
If you would look at last year's, and this is the reason what we like to show you historically, is that if you look at last year's budget, again, we were going to project about 33%. We ended the year at 44. So departments have been very good about watching their spending and being efficient with those funds. So we ended the year at 44% and projected about 34%. So we ended up about 10% better. I would expect we're showing 33%, which is the target level we want to be at, that we'll finish the year better than that.
So the standard or the goal is 1/3.
The
I
standards,
remember asking you that last year.
yeah, is 33%, about
Okay.
4 months.
Okay, thank you.
The Government Finance Officers Association recommends no little than 2 months, and we've actually been able to double that, and we're trying to hold it at that.
Right. I have other questions, but I can wait.
Councilmember Rallo.
Well, I'll follow up on the reserves. So anticipating a rainy day, what would be your rainy day? I could anticipate, say there was another, like 2008, a housing crash, and so you have a depreciation of assets of property. So revenue goes down. Do you consider that probability, or, you know, as 2008 was a rehearsal, maybe it could happen again in terms of the rainy day fund and reserve cash in hand?
You know, certainly economic downturn can happen very quickly. That's the advantage of having the rainy day fund and reserves where we're at. There's typically a delay in government spending. Is if you have a recession hit, say it would hit this year, you would see the impacts in government in 2018. That would allow us to continue to have essential services while planning we'd have to make cuts of some kind, but it would allow us the ability to go ahead and work through those and make reasonable choices on those cuts. You know, the signs of the economy right now are very strong. We have very low unemployment. Bloomington's been very blessed by increased growth in its assessed value, which keeps our tax rates down. You know, we talked earlier this year and last about how Bloomington and Monroe County has some of the lowest tax rates in the state, and that's due a lot to a strong local economy. We know that there's still holes. We know that wage growth has been flat and actually declined in real dollars, so that's always a concern about the types of jobs that we bring in and the wages that we pay.
Okay, that's a good answer. I wondered about other contingencies that might happen. So, for instance, a large expenditure for capital for some reason. Something large and expensive breaks. What other anticipated? I'm just trying to think about, wrap my heads around a 33% cash reserve total and what that means in terms of any kind of an emergency. There's several scenarios that might play out. The state may come back and say, whoops, we really messed up on our estimates of property taxes or tax caps, and there's a significant reduction in the revenue stream. Which has happened.
Mm-hmm. There could be delays. You know, you could have a malfunction. We rely on computers a lot, but glitches happen. You know, there could be a problem with systems at the state or at the county, and they can't process tax payments, or they can't process the distributions, and those would get delayed. Those have happened before. Or they don't have good estimates, so they say, well, we're only going to give you 40% of what we thought instead of 50%. Natural disasters are a big one. The weather is huge. We try to anticipate an average number of major snowfalls, which is 4. If we have 6 or 8, I remember one year when I was controller, we had a 10-inch wet snow in the middle of April, and it just snapped everything. And the mayor at the time announced before talking to me, he said, "We're going to clean all this up, so don't worry about it, we'll be around," which was great. But after they got my heart beating again, and those kinds of events can be very expensive very quickly, especially with public safety if you're calling out overtime and working folks a lot, as well as our street fleet people that they're working around the clock at that point to keep stuff going.
Okay, I just have one more follow-up on this topic. So in terms of credit rating, does it affect credit rating at all if one does not have adequate reserve?
Absolutely, and more the rating agencies are looking at that. And it's a balancing act that we play. Thanks for bringing that up, because obviously the state would like you to see, they like lower reserves. Rating agencies like higher reserves. We try to be somewhere in the middle of that, so that we can continue to operate and get good ratings. The better your bond rating, the lower your borrowing costs, and that's a significant part of what we do.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Vola.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Happy birthday to the First Lady and everything else. I'm trying to understand the line item on this page here, the expenditure budget comparison, where we actually have a fund called property tax caps?
Yes, 2 years ago, the state changed how they actually account for this. And before, you would get your levy growth estimate, and the anticipated tax cap effects would be already calculated in that number. So essentially, they'd say, you're going to get a 4% increase next year. We're going to take 2% out as a reserve. You're actually going to get 3.8% in revenues. 2 years ago, they changed, in order to more publicize the numbers, they actually have you create in your budget a department called tax caps. And so you show the full amount of the increase in your property tax. So in our case, we show the full 4% growth in the revenue line, but then you turn around and take it back out, which is kind of weird when you look at it and you see $1 million budget. So you say, well, geez, it's a $42.7 million budget. And I go, well, but really it's $41.7 million because we got $1 million in.
So in other words, you're telling me that we're supposed to look at that line and mentally subtract that line out from the actual budget. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes. It's a strange process.
It's counterintuitive is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So then on the previous page, the property tax line that shows actual 2016, 20.4 million, budget 2017, 21.3 million, budget 2018, 22.2 million, the amount of assessed value has increased apparently, but I mean, we should be reading that as though it were $1 million larger?
No, this is actually $1 million less is the net impact.
The 22.2 million.
So you can see that we went from 21,354 to 22,204. That's a 4% increase. It's actually going to, that increase actually gets wiped out by the property tax caps.
That is so intuitive. Is there some way that we could account for this in a different, can you bump that line down to say this has to be subtracted? I mean, is that really, the state requires you to do it this way?
Yes, the forms were actually changed. If you'll remember, we provide you with much more information during these 4 nights. The book, you see the book. The state formats, which we don't, are set by the state, are vastly different, and they're very summarized documents that it's an 18-month budget. And that they require you to, they build it into the software that way.
It's just crazy talk is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is there some way that we could at least put an asterisk? I mean, did you explain that somewhere in here that I didn't see? Can it be on this page, an asterisk saying,
Sure, we can
to
update
understand
that.
the total amount, please subtract this line?
Right. And we can actually, I can change this particular document and show the revenue, and then I'll just insert a line for tax caps and deduct it out.
I mean, if you've already done it in color, you might as well make that line red.
Sure.
Too. It would make the people at the state happy, I'm sure, as well.
Yes.
It's just like, you know, you've got to do something more to put that line into context because it's, as it is now, wholly unintuitive. So I'm glad I asked, and I appreciate the answer. Thank
problem.
you.
Okay, other first-round questions? I have one. In the pie charts, what does the category services include?
Depends on which one you're talking about.
Okay, well,
Isn't that a good, that's a
run me
good
through
accounting.
it.
Oh. Back. I'm wishful thinking, I'm trying to get to yours. So in this particular case, services is a budget category. So if you'll remember, we're required to budget in 4 categories. Category 1 is personnel services. Category 2 is supplies. Category 3 is services and charges. And Category 4 is capital. So in this chart, it's breaking it down by those 4 categories. In this chart, it actually is talking about services that we provide to our citizens. So street, fleet, sanitation, CFRD, housing and neighborhood development, economic and sustainability. Those are programs and services that they provide out to our citizens. So that, in this particular case, that's what that means, services.
And so that would be the same for the next one, too, with the full budget amount. It's 38%
Yeah, when
services.
it's broken down by function, yes.
And does that include CBU?
This does not include CBU.
Do any of these pie charts include CBU?
No.
No, okay. All right, further questions? Councilmember Rollo.
Let's see, debt service occupies about 3% of the budget, 2.1 million. I wondered if you could, well, first of all, is that predominantly in the form of bonds?
Yes, it's all bonds.
Okay, it's all
Yeah, the debt
protected
services.
against fluctuating interest rates?
Yes,
Okay, for the duration of the bond.
yes.
And could you provide us the total debt and the amortization schedule?
We can do that.
All right, very good, thank you.
Councilmember Volin.
All right, I'm still on this, so let me get this straight. In this pie chart here, tax caps are a chunk of the pie chart, as though we're collecting the money and then having to send it back to the state because that's what the Constitution says. Is that a good way to interpret it?
Yes,
Well, we're not actually collecting the dollars. It's just sort of a paper to pass through kind of
they'll
thing.
net them out before they send them to us, yes.
Well, but I mean, the taxpayers aren't actually paying that money out and then getting a rebate. They're just
No.
not charged in the first place.
Right, at the end of the day, when we get our actual property tax collections, it will have been netted of the impact of tax caps.
And I have a lot of respect for the Department of Local Government Finance, but was this their idea or was this the legislature's idea?
I have no idea. I had the exact same look last year when we.
Okay, so I'm
when
not-
we opened it up and I'm going, well, what is this?
I'm not
It's not an
alone in this.
expenditure, it's, why are you making us show it as an expenditure?
Yeah, here too, I think we need to do something to make it clear, to properly communicate what the state is asking us to do in order to present the budget, because it just, I'm just glad to hear that you have the same look of inexplicable.
Every time I look at
Confusion.
it, I go, this makes no sense.
Thank you very much.
Other questions? I'll take another one. So why are you basing a budget on the assumption we will get 0 increase in the PS Lit? I thought that was estimated at 4% as well.
This is another one of those looks that I have when we get information. A couple of years ago, there are a number of deadlines especially on behalf of local units of government, that we have to meet. We absolutely have to meet. If we don't meet those numbers, it can have drastic impacts. In fact, reverting back to last year's budget. The state legislature heard enough complaints that they started putting in deadlines for state agencies that have to provide us information. However, they didn't say how accurate that information had to be. In the particular case of LIT, they had to publish by August 1st the total amount of the LIT, broken out into the categories that the local tax council appropriated the funds. And they, in fact, did that. What they have not done, and they're working on, is the actual distribution of what those numbers are going to be. So, because how that gets allocated can be quite different from year to year, based on assessed value and population, those numbers can change. We have not gotten the breakdown within the county of what those numbers are going to be. So I took the most conservative approach and said, right now, we're just going to flatline it, which is actually not as conservative as what the Department of DLGF told us to do, which was to put in 90% of last year's, of the current year's. That was the estimate that they gave us. They said, well, just put 90% of what you're supposed to get in 2017. So we put it in at the same amount. And when we come back to you later in the fall, we'll have more final numbers. They won't be the final numbers. Those will come out to us December.
Okay, so what we heard earlier, those of us who serve on the PS Lit committee, the 4% was an estimate of what the total increase in lit would be, but not that it hasn't been determined yet how much of that is going to go to the different governing bodies.
The non-PS lit. So they gave us an estimate for the total. So we had that number. So we could play the what-if games with that. What it's actually going to end up being, we don't know, because the bottom line distributions have not been delivered yet, and it impacts. We know how much has been allocated for the PSAP. So we know how much is going to come off the top, so to speak. And then we just basically flatlined again what we thought we would get from that, because we won't know for sure until we get those distribution numbers.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will move on to, what do we have next? We're going to be talking about salaries, compensation, and health insurance, and merging right into the Human Resources Department. Ms. Shaw.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Caroline Shaw. I'm the Human Resources Director for the city. This is my first presentation of the evening, the first of two, and I'm here to present an overview of 2018 compensation and benefits. Oh, here. Thank you. I'm not used to, yeah, I can do this. Thank you. Oh, I have to get out of here. Oh, here we go. Okay. We request a 2% salary increase for non-union employees. We are bound by the union contracts to provide 2% increases to fire and AFSCME personnel and 1.75% increases to police salaries in 2018. Every full-time or regular part-time city employee will now make a minimum of $15 an hour in 2018, or $31,200 annually. This was a commitment Mayor Hamilton made last year. We are renegotiating the police and AFSCME contracts in 2018, and to my knowledge, negotiating 2 contracts in 1 year is unprecedented. As you know, the fire contract was approved at the end of 2016 and effective in 2017. The salary study is still in process. The report will be released and presented to you later this year. Pending the results of the study, market-based adjustments may be required over a 3 to 4 year period. We are requesting $250,000 as a placeholder in the 2018 HR budget for possible adjustments. As you may recall, last year I announced that in order for us to continue to be a competitive employer and be able to recruit and retain talented employees, we need to assess employee compensation compared to our peers in other organizations. Salary surveys are recommended every 5 years or so. The city has not conducted one since the late 1990s, almost 2 decades ago. Our salary study includes the whole city, non-union, AFSCME, police, fire, and elected officials. The study kicked off earlier this year with Evergreen Solutions conducting informational sessions with employees. All employees were invited to complete job assessment questionnaires to facilitate matching positions at peer organizations. Evergreen also conducted focus groups with randomly selected employees to collect feedback regarding compensation. 65 positions were compared with similar positions at peer organizations, along with their salaries. We are now working with Evergreen to complete the study. Category 1, Personnel Services. Line 121 is FICA, the Federal Insurance Contributions Act tax, which remains at 7.65%. And line 22 is the Public Employees Retirement Fund, PERF, as you know it. It's for non-public safety employees, the percent contributed is 14.2, and for sworn public safety employees, it's 21.5%. PERF accounts include an employer contribution and employee contribution. The city pays the employee's contribution, 3% for non-public safety employees, and 4% of the 6% required for public safety employees. The Health Insurance Trust is the pool of money used for the administration of our employees' health and wellness benefits, including health insurance, vision, dental, the health savings account contributions, health club, and massage reimbursements. Line 123 is the line for the HIT fund. The 2018 contribution per eligible employee remains at $14,274. There is no increase from last year. This amount remains unchanged, largely because we had projected a 7.5% health insurance increase in 2017 and only received a 0.8% increase. Yes, I said 0.8%. The HIT fund continues to have a healthy reserve, which allows us to be prepared for the unexpected. The City of Blooming has been a member of the AIM, or formerly IACT, Medical Trust since January 1st of 2011. In 2010, there were 4 charter member municipalities of the Medical Trust, and it now has 42 member cities and towns, covering 3,200 employees and over 9,000 total insured. The city continues to have a leadership role by serving on the Medical Trust Board of Trustees. The 2018 health insurance rate increase is projected at 7% and will be determined later this year. We do not anticipate passing this increase to our employees, nor do we anticipate any plan changes. Also of note, our employees have not experienced a health insurance premium increase since 2014. What did I do? Oh, I went black for a second. This figure shows the city's health insurance rates compared to the medical trend over the last 6 years. Note, in 2012, our rate was actually 2.2% higher than the medical trend and cost the city $146,000. The third column is the amount of money the city saved each year by joining the medical trust. If you assume our rates would have been at least equal to the medical trend. As you can see, our participation in the AIM Medical Trust has saved the city potentially over $8 million. Here's a graph of the data from the previous slide. The orange line is the medical trend. The blue line is our actual rate by year. If our rates had been on trend, we would have paid an additional $8 million in premiums. The dental plan remains self-funded and administered through a third-party administrator and network. The vision plan remains fully insured through a third-party administrator and network, and we do not anticipate any increases or plan changes in either plan for 2018. Our employees have not experienced a rate increase for either of these plans since 2014. In addition to health, dental, and vision insurance, the city offers several other benefits: short and long-term disability, basic life and accidental death insurance, voluntary term life insurance, a 457B retirement plan, health savings accounts, flexible spending accounts, an employee assistance program, but up to three therapy sessions or visits per issue per person in each household annually, along with other benefits. This is a good plan for our employees. Health club memberships are also reimbursed up to $200 annually for regular full and part-time employees on our health insurance plan and their covered dependents. We also offer massage therapy reimbursement, $25 per massage, up to 6 per year. We offer flu shots for all of our employees and biometric screenings. And we encourage more people to participate in those during the next health fair. In conclusion of my compensation and benefits presentation, I would like to show you a sample benefit statement for a non-union employee. who makes an annual base salary of $50,000 per year. This particular employee receives $14,274 in paid city benefits, many of those items that I talked about in the HIT fund earlier, and $7,100 in retirement contributions to the PERF fund, $7,115 in paid time off. Total indirect and direct annual compensation for an employee with a $50,000 salary is actually $82,315. This concludes my first presentation. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. I don't believe that this presentation was in our packet, unless I missed something. So if you could get it to the council office so that.
The PowerPoint presentation?
Well, just this
we'll get
whole
it.
data about the compensation.
Be happy to.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Ms. Shaw? Yes, Councilmember Chopra.
You made a remark at the beginning that I wanted to make sure that I got right. You said something about all certain employees make the living wage. What employees are making the
It's
living wage?
permanent, regular, full-time, and part-time employees.
Okay, so I'm sure you recall last year my remarks about everyone, including part-time and temp employees being paid a living wage. Was that considered this year?
There have been adjustments in the Parks and Recs budget for some temporary employees.
What I'm trying to say was there even an effort to calculate how much it would cost to bring every single hourly employee up to a living wage? Like, you know, how much that would cost? I recall,
We
and I
did look at
wasn't
the
the only
costs
one.
last year, and we can revisit that again, and we'll get that information to you.
Okay, and there will be time to comment on this, correct?
Yes,
Okay, great.
Councilmember Rallo.
The health insurance cost increases, that's outstanding, of 0.8%. I wondered if you gave credit to being a member of AIM, the AIM Medical Trust, but are all participants, is that the average medical cost?
I
or
have a
is your-
similar, I'm sorry.
I just wondered if your wellness program efforts and other kinds of efforts have benefited the city in terms of reduction of medical.
There is a correlation between wellness programs.
Yeah.
I would like to see our participation in those programs increase. The rates that we experienced through the medical trust are, overall, the entire trust has done quite well. In fact, that same slide I could present to you to show you how the entire trust has performed.
Great.
And it's really, it's an impressive group to be a part of.
I remember 10 years ago, we had health insurance cost increases of 17% in a single year, so this is wonderful.
And we should thank Daniel Grunman for having the foresight to join the medical trust.
Thank him and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. In the packet, you say you had developed a $25,000 merit staff award program, and that the selection committee is comprised of 7 volunteer members. And what do you mean by volunteer members? Staff, community, supervisors, what?
So that's actually a part of my HR presentation, and I can answer that question now if you'd like, but I will be talking
Well-
about that in more detail in my next presentation, which
Oh.
may be right after this one.
Okay, that's fine. This is
Okay.
the only
Okay,
information we
yes.
had, so I was
Okay.
moving right
Yeah,
in.
no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions about the overview of compensation? Yes, Councilmember Sandberg.
Thank you. With respect to the salary compensation study, I know that's ongoing. Do we have any idea when we're going to have some definitive information back from that? Obviously, it may not be in time to help us out with this budget, but
Before the end of this year, and I'm working very hard on that. It's a much bigger time commitment than I anticipated.
okay, so we will have all that information in
That's
place for...
absolutely my goal. It's
the-
just, as
the
I said,
next-
it's
the next round budget.
it's a big time commitment, and we're working very hard to verify
Okay,
the data.
great.
And
Thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember Volin.
You go back a slide or two. One
This
more.
one, or-
Keep going. Keep going. One more. Okay, yeah,
This
so,
one?
so the, I'm just trying to understand sort of what you're telling us. You mentioned a 0.8% increase. In what fund was that, as opposed to the 7% increase in?
So last year, we projected, based on information we were receiving from the executive team at the Medical Trust, that we would experience a 7.55% increase to our health insurance rate. And it came in at 0.8%. It actually came in at 3.8%, but everything.
So just to clarify, so we expected it to be 7.55, it turned out to be 0.8. That's fantastic news. So we're projecting again a 7% increase, but it may be less.
Yes, but it will not be this much less. This is because every 3 years, the Medical Trust does an adjustment based on our claim rates. They look how we performed, and they make an adjustment. And we had really low claims coming in over the last 3 years, and that brought a 3.8% rate increase down to 0.8%, which is about as low as they went. And I think there was a couple of cities who had 0.5% increases who were in the same 3-year adjustment period that we were in.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you so much.
Thank you for asking. Any other questions?
Other questions from council members? Okay, I sensed a desire to have an opportunity for comment, so I think we could go to the public if there are any comments on the benefits and compensation overall, and then we'll come back to council for comment. We usually don't do this except for the departments, but.
How about overall budget, the mayor's presentation and the controller's presentation as well?
Yeah, I mean, if there's anybody in the public who would like to make a comment on what we have heard so far, the overview from the mayor, the controller, and Ms. Shaw, then please come to the podium, state your name. And nobody's coming, so we will move along. Council member comments on the compensation portion? Yes, Council member Chopra.
I'd like to reiterate my support for a living wage for every single hourly employee at the city, whether they're temporary or seasonal, whether they're attending to hot dogs at Bryan Park Pool, or if they're in the council suite. I was really excited to hear the mayor's announcement of a $100,000 line item for quality childcare, but part of the reason why we have a problem with people paying quality childcare is because they're trying to piece together jobs that aren't at a living wage. Many people are working odd, hourly jobs here with the city, hourly jobs here over at Walmart, and piecing them together, and they're not making a living wage, even though they're working probably more than I am. And I see that as a solution to a lot of our city's problems, is to give people a living wage. So I'm more willing this year than last to push this issue because I brought it up before, and I hope that some of my fellow council members will join me in pursuing that this year.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Councilmember Volin.
When we had a problem with the budget coming to us late one year, and we resorted to submitting all our questions in writing and just hearing the presentations that first week, I thought it turned out to be a really innovative accident. And so this year, although I'm asking a couple of questions just for clarity, I plan to submit all my budget questions in writing at the end of the week. So I'm going to be only asking questions that are asking speakers to clarify what they said and to understand certain line items. Otherwise, like the more substantial questions will come in writing. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I want to support what Councilmember Chopra said, and I've already contacted the mayor's office about this, that I know it would be a substantial financial commitment on the part of the city to pay every single employee a living wage. Last year, I did have some discussions with Deputy Mayor Renison about this, and he, gave me some budget numbers. But we have over 200 employees who are making less than like $10 an hour. I mean, even if they don't all get $15 an hour, we need to bring these employees up. And I know that the reasoning that many people give for the lower wages or or the excuse for the lower wages is that these are high school kids and they don't, need to pay their rent and they, well, you get what you pay for, and we need quality jobs in Bloomington for adults who are trying to support themselves. And I mean, no wonder that the only people you get, selling hot dogs at Bryan Park Pool are teenagers who still live at home because nobody else could, afford to spend that time at a job and only be making $8 an hour. And I think that we as a city should show our commitment to the value of labor, no matter what kind of labor that is. That just spending your time and doing something constructive is worth a minimum amount of money. And I don't think that minimum amount is being met in all city departments, and I would like to improve that this year. So let's move along to the Human Resources Department. Carolyn Shaw again.
Caroline Shaw, Human Resources Director. Thank you for having me. Now I will present the HR Department's 2018 budget. Oh, I'm going the wrong way, excuse me. The Human Resources Department exists to create a positive, productive, and inclusive work environment that attracts, retains, and develops talent in order to accomplish organizational goals. This presentation will review our progress towards our 2017 goals, present our 2018 goals, and the money we need to execute those goals, all of which support this mission. So far this year, we've reduced paper by approximately 75% in new hire orientation. Supervisors attended trainings on setting performance standards, giving feedback, and conducting performance evaluations. 20 nominations have been received for the Staff Merit Award Program, and within the next couple of months, the committee will have a recommendation on who should receive those awards. We will have another round in November. We recognized 85 employees in our June employee recognition ceremony. We'll have another recognition ceremony in December. An employee appreciation cookout is scheduled for August 31st during lunch, and the holiday luncheon will be in December. I encourage you to join us. Approximately 114 supervisors participated in Everything 363 for Leaders assessments and were rated by their direct reports, colleagues, and managers. They received a custom report and attended a debrief session. They will participate in 3 coaching sessions of the next 6 months to help them improve in weak areas identified in the report. We are still in the process of selecting an applicant tracking software that was funded in the 2017 budget. We have interviewed several vendors and watched demos of those products, but we have further vetting to do. The HR department has 5 primary activities. The first is workforce maintenance. We are working to improve our systems, finding ways to be more efficient. And for example, we anticipate a 50% increase to productivity by creating a new hire orientation video. We are outgrowing our space, and we need at least 1 more office and more storage capacity. So we're looking to find ways to make some more space in our HR department. You should visit sometime and take a look at how we're outgrowing our space. Personnel policy is our second activity. First, I would like to draw your attention to the photo of your fully staffed HR team. This includes the employee who filled the new HR generalist position, which was created in 2017, and I thank you for your support for this much-needed position. We're reviewing and revising, as needed, our personnel manual and other city policies. In order to maintain consistency, we will coordinate this review with the police and AFSCME contracts. We will communicate changes to our employees. Under the activity of employee relations, the contract negotiation team will negotiate the policy and AFSCME contracts in 2018. As I mentioned earlier, 2 contract negotiations in 1 year is unprecedented to my knowledge. The organizational assessment that I specify above will span 3 years, and we will conduct phase 1 in 2018. We will hire experts to recommend ways to maximize our resources and improve our efficiency. We anticipate recommendations related to staffing levels, process improvement, resource allocation, and organizational structure by department. And these recommendations will inform our strategic planning process. Engaged employees are better employees. We want our employees to be satisfied with their job and workplace, committed to working for the city. Although we have put forth effort into advancing areas related to job satisfaction this year, like performance recognition, management coaching, and competitive compensation. We will conduct an employee commitment survey to identify other areas that encourage and discourage motivation, engagement, and commitment. Finally, we want a positive relationship with our employees, and we don't want them to be afraid when someone is, we don't want them to be afraid that someone is getting in trouble when they see HR in their work site. We want our employees to see us as a resource. We plan on spending more time away from City Hall, answering questions and getting to know our employees. Our goal is to visit each of the approximately 27 work sites at least twice during 2018. Our fourth activity is compensation and benefits. We will build a City of Bloomington benefits app to collect insurance and other benefits information in one convenient location. We will work to improve efficiency of our open enrollment process, conduct a post-open enrollment survey. We also have a goal to increase participation in our wellness programs by 15% based on 2017 participation. Our fifth and final activity is training and development. The Community and Family Resources Department and HR are working together to offer diversity training for all employees. Diversity and inclusion training will increase awareness, understanding, and respect of others' differences so that our staff who have different backgrounds can better collaborate and achieve the city's goals. In addition, training equips employees to better serve our diverse community. We are creating and purchasing training videos for a supervisor onboarding program and ongoing supervisor professional development. We will support the mayor's continued commitment to training and professional development by identifying training needs and finding relevant resources for departments. Our HR budget highlights are as follows. Under Category 1, we are requesting a 2% increase for HR staff, as are other departments. The salary pool fund includes $25,000 for the continuation of the Staff Merit Award Program, and $250,000 is added to the salary pool fund. Pool fund is a placeholder for possible salary adjustments pending the results of the market-based salary survey. In Category 2, our supplies budget has decreased by $450. And in Category 3, other services and charges, went too far. Overall increases of $106,000, which I'll explain by category. Line 316, instruction, increases by $2,300 total, increased $1,400 for a second staff member to attend the National SHRM Conference in Chicago, and added additional training for administrative staff and professional development for our HR generalist, the new position that was created in 2017. This looks different than what line 340 is missing. So line 340 is missing from this presentation. Not sure why. This is the hardware and software maintenance line, which decreases by $9,200 in 2018. The 2017 budget included a one-time purchase of the applicant tracking software, which we budgeted at $15,000. Annual maintenance for the applicant tracking software is approximately $5,000. So I've added $5,000 for the annual maintenance, and the $15,000 drops off. This also increases by $2,000 to purchase a laptop and docking station for our assistant director. Line 391, dues and subscriptions, increases by $1,800. That's $2,000 for employment law posters, a 3-year subscription for 10 additional sites. And I've also added $500 for the South Central Indiana Human Resources Association dues for 4 annual memberships, and $570 for Society of Human Resources Management, national dues for 3 of our employees. 399, other services and charges, increases by $110,000. That's 521%. An $8,000 increase for diversity training for all employees, and a one-time increase of $100,000 for an organizational assessment for all departments. I've also added $1,500 for out-of-state background checks. In summary, the 2018 Human Resources Department's general fund budget request is $965,000, or 63.92%. This is an increase of $376,000 overall. With the exception of proposed money allocated for diversity training for all employees and organizational assessment for all departments, and additional money in the salary pool fund for possible market-based salary adjustments, The Human Resources budget reflects an increase in expenses of 3.42%, or $18,347. Thank you for considering our 2018 HR budget request. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Schaub.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Yes, Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. Okay, back to the paper that was included. You said that you chose not to do the 360 evaluation plan. Was this for all employees that the mayor had talked about?
So a representative sample of all employees participated in the 360s. The 360s are really geared for supervisors and managers and leaders of the organization. So a representative sample, we had union, non-union employees representing. If you had a representative sample of your direct reports evaluating you, we had your colleagues evaluating you, and your direct supervisor evaluate you.
So you're saying the department chose not to do a 360 plan? I'm reading it on your administer employee commitment survey to set benchmarks. Commitment survey was a precursor to 360.
Oh.
Chose not to do 360.
So the original plan was to do a commitment, what's it called again? The
Commitment survey.
commitment survey, and then do the time and the approach that we took, we did the 360s. We are going to go back and do this commitment survey this coming year, though. My fear was that I wasn't going to execute the 360 plan, so we took a slightly different approach.
Okay, but this is just for the department. This was not citywide employees.
It would be citywide employees. Yeah, I'm
All right,
sorry.
I'm just confused.
I'm
Thank you.
happy to address that with other questions later.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm still confused based on the previous question. So what is a 360 plan to start out with?
So a 360 is an evaluation a leader/supervisor has by their peers, their direct reports, and their management team. It evaluates your employees based on several factors. I don't have the list in front of me. I'm happy to provide that to you for more information. But it helps us to be more effective leaders in the organization. How do we communicate better to our teams on trying to get the work done? Sometimes our perceptions are different than how we think we're communicating may be perceived differently by someone else. So it just helps us improve our leadership style and be more effective in the workplace.
So you did
We did do
those.
that, but we only did it for our supervisors, for people who were managing at least 2 people.
Oh, okay. And so are you planning to roll that out to the other employees in the coming year or not?
The 360s, that was a mistake on my part. The 360s really are just for leaders and supervisors. The employee commitment survey that Councilmember Granger is talking about would be for all employees and helping us evaluate the workplace and how we can be more committed to the employees' needs in the workplace.
Okay. Councilmember Rallo.
I had a question about the salary study and the pending $250,000 in reserve. Will that take a special appropriation by the council when that is completed in terms of raising salaries?
It will not. It would be a part of the appropriation in the budget. However, it would probably have changes to the salary ordinance, which would have to be reviewed and approved by you all.
It will, yes, okay. That was my thought. I have another question. May I proceed, or?
Go ahead.
Are there others? Go ahead. The $100,000 for organizational assessment, is that outsourced? Or
It would be outsourced through a vendor who, I mean, it's someone with an organization who does this on a regular basis.
Yeah, okay. And I wondered about the goal of human resources presence in the field, specifically visiting employees. Is there a specific, you mentioned I think a survey regarding commitment. Is that part of it? Is the commitment, in other words, you're visiting the employee in the field, so what will you do? What will you ask?
So HR, unfortunately, we show up places sometimes and people think something bad is going to happen. And that, we're trying to avoid that. We would need to be out there helping our employees, giving them tools and resources to be more successful in their jobs. We try to be very approachable. We don't want people to always come to us. We want to go out more and see our employees. We do that with open enrollment orientations. Our benefits manager was out at fire stations, utilities, several places this past open enrollment season, trying to accommodate the schedules of a 24/7
Okay.
operation.
Okay, so it's sort of engagement. You're there to provide that kind of conduit for employees to come to say, we're here for you if you, have any needs. Okay, very good, thanks.
Other questions for Ms. Shaw? Yes, Councilmember Granger.
Okay. The 25,000 Merit Staff Award Program. Couple of questions related to that. You said the selection committee is a 7-member team. What does that mean? Is that staff?
We announced the program a couple of months ago, and we asked for volunteers to serve on the selection committee. We were asking, and my HR generalist, Mark, is leading this effort, and we have 7 frontline employees from 7 different departments within the city. And it's not department heads, it's
Okay.
staff members.
All right, that's great. So you've received 20 nominations. Have you awarded any?
No, they met for the first time last week, August 9th, I believe, and they're meeting again soon. And this is a pilot program, the way we're approaching it, and we're going to see how the evaluation process goes for them and learn from that and execute again in December or in November for
Okay.
a December announcement.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Shaw? Okay, well, I have one. You say in your narrative that you've conducted annual performance evaluations for approximately 290 non-union employees, and then it says 65% of the evaluations were submitted. So is that period over now, or do you hope to get more than 65%?
I hope to get more.
Okay.
That's
'Cause
where we
that's-
currently are. We did an analysis of where we currently stand, and that's the number that I reported.
Okay, but there hopefully more
I hope
coming.
so.
Yeah, because it's kind of low. Okay, great. And then I also want to ask kind of a line item question about the background checks. You said your budget, I don't know if it was an increase or the total amount was $1,500.
It's a new line that I've added to dues and subscriptions, I believe.
Okay. How much does it cost for a background check?
So we do background checks for people who live in the state of Indiana. We know exactly how to do it. We go to a government website and we do it ourselves. We work closely with the risk management team if we have a question. But we also realize that occasionally we have employees who come from out of state. They're not going to have valid or any background information in Indiana if they're from out of state. So I asked our team to look into options, and they found one. And the $1,500 is just based on, an average of, I forget how, 3 or 4 of these a month.
Okay, so is that a new contract then? With a
We did
company
it as a
that does
service
it, or-
agreement. We do it on as needed basis, and we actually worked with local companies, local organizations in the city of Bloomington. I think we're working with the same group that MCCSC is using.
Oh, okay. All right, I didn't realize it was brand new, so that's a good thing. Any other questions before we wrap this up for Department of Human Resources? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Caroline Shaw, I'm sorry, I mispronounced your first name earlier.
That's okay. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Legal Department. Ms. Guthrie. Oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to go to the public and vote on this. Pardon me, I'm getting ahead of myself. Ms. Guthrie, please hold on. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to the budget for the Human Resources Department? Seeing none, are there any council members who would like to make a comment about the budget for the Human Resources Department?
Call the question.
Councilmember Rallo.
Just to reiterate that we've experienced a tremendous savings being part of the AIM Medical Trust, and I credit Ms. Shaw and her predecessor for us joining that, some $8 million. And so I think that's cause for celebration. So cheers, and I support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other final comments? Councilmember Chopra.
Question. well, you said something about a vote, and I think that we have a question about that. But when we vote, if we do, is it on both of those presentations as a whole?
It's only on the Department of Human Resources budget.
Okay, so not the first presentation?
Well, the first part was a presentation of compensation of, for across the city as a whole. But those compensation figures are going to be in each department's budget.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll vote on those as part of a departmental
Got
budget.
it. Thank you.
I have need a motion.
Councilmember Volin,
I move to pass.
I thought there was an additional
Do you
comment.
have a comment?
No, I wondered about procedure. Does it require a motion?
Move to pass.
Second.
Okay. All right, we'll start on my right. Okay.
Pass.
Yes.
Yes,
Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
602.
that's a vote of 602 for the Department of Human Resources. And now we're ready for Ms. Guthrie. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. Philippa Guthrie, the Legal Department. Yay, it worked. Why we exist. We're all starting with why we exist. The Legal Department serves all of the legal needs of the city, from code drafting and enforcement to citizens' issues, real estate and tax matters, statutory interpretation. We also have the Human Rights and the Risk departments in the Legal Department. Litigation and general advice to the mayor, city departments, boards, and commissions on a broad variety of municipal, state, and federal legal issues. We like to think that we save the city the costs of outside counsel, which if we were not in-house, we would be using outside counsel for everything. I'll start, as Caroline did, with 2017 budget goal update. First goal was providing timely, efficient, thorough, and professional legal advice to the city departments. And that was broken down into some specific goals that we anticipated would have some budgetary implications. First one was annexation. I know you're well aware of that process. We did bring the process from the beginning, from inception through introduction of the ordinances before we were stopped. And we have subsequently filed the lawsuit against the state of Indiana. Second was establishing a broadband network, and the main goal that we accomplished there was getting to the point of a contract with Axia. So we developed a contract which was a lengthy enough process. It's a new area for the city and for actually a lot of places around the country. So that was a good exercise because I know we're going to continue with that effort. The Trades District, there were a number of contracts and development projects that we worked on, including one that we're seeing actually in action, the Dimension Mill renovation that involved negotiations and contracts. Switchyard Park, we acquired property near the park. Sorry, I forgot to switch. The second goal was documenting the city's activities in an efficient, legal, and professional manner. The concrete things we were trying to accomplish there were updating our contract database, which had been started prior to my time, but since January 1 of this year, we've input 99 contracts. We've also been working with ITS and the Controller's Office to come up with an option for a document management system. That involved a number of meetings, trying out various products, and I think we're getting close. We're still working on that, though. We also wanted to develop some contract templates. There were a few in existence, but we noticed a lot of consistently used kinds of contracts that we needed, and we really didn't have a template, so we came up with those because that's a lot faster. Public records requests was the third goal. Sorry, I keep forgetting to forward. I'm getting too excited about my presentation. Public records request was, there were so many requests coming in that the staff was having a little trouble handling them. So we reorganized a little, and we have, I think, a slightly better system for allocating the work when someone gets overwhelmed. And we've also been working with requesters when they make a request to make sure that we understand what they want, because sometimes they don't realize how broad their request really is. We've had 41 public records requests, just for the record, so far in 2017. Updating the municipal code was the last one in this category, and there you see the things that we have been able to accomplish so far, and we hope there will be more during this year, probably another Title 15 I think you're considering, and a few other updates. The next goal, can you tell I'm technologically challenged? I hope my children are not watching. Achieve the best legal results possible for the city when it is sued or when the city must initiate legal action. This is just an update on the kinds of things so you understand what we deal with. 34 suits for violations of Title 16, which is hand. 25 have been resolved in the city's favor and 9 are in process. We've had 3 personal injury suits, 2 settled and 1 voluntarily dismissed, and there are 11 other cases in process. Enforcing the Bloomington Municipal Code. We've had, again, just so you have an idea, 204 demand letters, again for hand, 7 appeals of excessive noise citations, 2 of excessive growth, 4 letters for violation of Title 10, which is pretreatment for utilities. All were resolved within months. And then the rest you see historic preservation and open burning. Those were also resolved in the city's favor. Efficiently manage and document the legal aspects of city ownership and use of real property. There you see we've acquired 2 pieces of property, one next to Building and Trades and one for Switchyard. And then these various other transactions are usually right-of-way. In the Human Rights Department, our main goal last year was to focus on new Title VI requirements, and you see what we've accomplished there. We had 1 complaint that was resolved in the city's favor, and we have 4 still in process. These are things like complaints about discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation in their employment or race. We revised the employee orientation information, job notices, the hand website. These were all to make Title VI issues more visible. And we've had 1 Title VI complaint. Reducing this is the risk department now, reducing the city's risks through insurance, training, prevention, and assistance with incidents. We've had 50 training sessions and 127 audits since January 1. Our other focus is records retention and destruction. There is a state records retention and destruction policy, which we are following. You might understand legal is very document-based, and there are a lot of documents in storage. So we are working on reducing those, especially since we want to go paperless, and we don't want to be scanning in a lot of old documents that should be destroyed. It's a little bit onerous. You have to send notice to the state and/or get permission, depending on the kind of document. But you see we've already got 80 boxes waiting for approval, and we are meeting actually this Thursday, and then in September, all day we are going to be reviewing and designating documents for destruction. And we anticipate 130 more boxes. The next goal was improving the productivity and health of department staff. One of these efforts was to increase the options for training. They had for years been going only to a state training session, and now we've had 5 attorneys go to different kinds of seminars that are squarely within, that are not general, they're within their areas of expertise. So there was a planning, a bond. I went to a historic preservation. They were extremely useful. And we have 3 standing desks, and we had 1 more request for this year. So the final one, I believe, was improving legal services based on a survey. And you'll see I noted there, we hope to do this by the year end, but we had, first of all, unanticipated staffing developments when Patty Mulvihill left. and we reorganized, and it seemed a little crazy to immediately jump into a survey when people had new attorneys representing them. So we hope to do it by the year end, but it may depend also on how the compensation survey goes, because that's taken a lot of our time as well. 2018, you won't see a lot of difference in my goals because we're doing the similar kinds of things. The first one is the same as last year, providing timely and efficient advice to all departments. Annexation, we will be focusing on the state lawsuit and an appeal if it goes to appeal. Establishing a citywide broadband network, again, is still in the works. Trades district, there will be more, we hope, development there. Switchyard Park. The new convention center is a different one this year. We will be helping collaborate with the county to figure out the best way to fund it and to help with construction contracts as needed. Caroline already mentioned labor negotiations. That involves legal heavily as well as HR, and there will be a team of us working on that. Bonds that may come up, and another new one is the current hospital site. We don't know exactly when that will happen, but we've budgeted just in case. We will be needed for that. Documenting the city's activities again, continuing with the contract database and updating the municipal code. This year we anticipate more next year, Title 15, which is an ongoing one. There will be a new UDO, which we will be helping with, and a couple of other miscellaneous provisions that we know will need updating. Litigating suits again. We're aiming for resolving less complex matters within 1 year. It's not always possible, but I wanted to try and shoot for that. So that the annexation suit, for example, is a more complex. That would not be resolved in a year. And there you see the survey again. We hope to, if we can't do it this year, we will try and do that next year. Human rights. This year the focus is on achieving a favorable opinion letter from HUD on fair housing. So we're going to be focusing on fair housing this year. Last year it was Title VI. Risk. The same, providing training on risk and managing insurance and incidents. Again, we're shooting for 8 risk training sessions a month and 5 safety audits a week, which is the goal we had this year, and so far we are on track. Destruction and proper ongoing destruction of legal documents. Continuing to work with ITS and the Controller's Office on implementing a records management system. And we also will have, we hope, a new risk manager on board. I don't know if you recall last year, well, and we have to this point had Mike Rooker as both the attorney, risk attorney, and the risk manager, and then he was promoted to city attorney, so he has been continuing to operate as the risk manager. But we've been interviewing, and we hope to make an offer, so we will be onboarding a new risk manager. Enough of the goals. Now the budget highlights. These are just a few of the things that changed. The main budget request, as you see, is there for the main budget attorneys, 1 assistant and a paralegal, human rights, and risk. Those are the personnel requests for Category 1. We are requesting, as I think everyone is 2% salary increase. Supplies. We had an overall decrease of 1.19%. The books is Westlaw Books, and it's the Indiana Code, which the legal department gets, just 2 sets, I believe, and Dan Sherman also gets a set, his office. That is our annual increase, $774. It's built into the contract. We'll be renegotiating a new contract for 2019. Other supplies, decrease simply because we're only getting 1 instead of 3 standing desks. Other services and charges, this is the primary Effect on my budget, it's a decrease of 37,000, approximately 18%. Most of that is special legal services, which is outside counsel services, and that is going down that much just because of a different mix of initiatives. Annexation is probably the primary one. We are not going to be doing probably any annexation activities, and most of that was front-loaded anyway, the costs of that. So, instruction, there are two on this page and the next one. Instruction increased slightly for both human rights and risk. That's, again, for out-of-town seminars. Travel is an accompanying increase related to those seminars. Printing is decreasing quite a bit for both risk and human rights, just because we are doing much less via paper and more electronically. Other services and charges, advertising, is going down. That is primarily human rights because we have had the same amount for a couple of years and she hasn't had to use that much. So we're just decreasing it. And an increase in other services and charges. She's had a couple of instances where the essay contest had multiple winners and there wasn't enough award money, so that's increasing slightly. You see the totals there. The 2018 ask is $1,019,891, and it's actually a decrease. This is the amount for the Board of Public Safety, which is under my department's purview. That's remaining the same. And this is risk. And this always looks enormous, and that's largely because it contains the workers' comp reserve. So, thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. Are there questions about the legal department budget? Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you, Ms. Guthrie. I have several questions. I'll start with the personal injury claims. We have insurance for personal injury. Do we litigate that, or does the insurance company litigate the case, or a combination?
The insurance company does it, and we monitor.
I see.
And work with them.
And so the settled claims come from the insurance company paying
Yes.
for the settlement. And I wondered about the 11 personal injury cases outstanding. Is that an unusual number, or is that, and I assume risk management looks at trends and tries to safeguard against these sorts of things? I suppose it's
Yes.
just, it's like the weather, it happens, right? People injure themselves on city property.
Right.
Could you comment a bit on
Yes,
that? Is
sure.
it an unusual trend?
I don't know what the trend is, although we will be looking at that, and I think it's actually one of the things that the new risk manager wants to take a fresh look at, too. Those, I would call them just the cost of doing business, actually, for the number, for the size of our operation, that's not very bad. But they are things like somebody who was hired as a vendor to mow and fell in a hole, stepped in a hole, and injured himself. Not all of these are personal injury. We actually have a false arrest claim right now that involved a mistake between the county and the police department on the identity of an individual, and he sued. But they are mostly things like slip and fall, that kind of thing.
I see.
And they are covered, the insurer handles them.
Okay. I have a couple more, but I can wait if you want to pass it around.
Let's see if there's any other first-round questions about the legal department budget. I have one. I'm wondering if you could give us the status update of some of the bigger projects that you have mentioned, the annexation lawsuit, the broadband partnership, and something you didn't mention is the challenge to our human rights ordinance.
Yes.
Can you give us an update on those, please?
Sure. The broadband, I don't know where that is. It's in the mayor's office, I would say. The office of the mayor is working on that. Last meeting we had was, I don't know, a month ago maybe? Something like that. The two suits you mentioned, IFI, that's the human rights lawsuit, we are in discovery. So we sent them a request, and they provided material, and they sent us a request. These are mostly production of documents. So that is proceeding apace, and that, again, there are 4 cities, and we are working together on that. And it's Thomas Cameron who's the lead on that. The annexation lawsuit, I don't know what you don't know, so I will give a brief synopsis from the beginning. The judge recused herself, so we had another judge appointed. His name is Nardi. He is actually in Brown County, but it used to be in Owen County. He's very experienced. We have our first hearing on September 8th, I believe. Is it the 8th? And it is on a motion to dismiss that the state filed on the claim that we sued the incorrect party. We believe we have very good arguments against their claim, and we've drafted a response which will be filed shortly. So that's where that is.
And that's Mike Rooker, right?
Yep. Oh, well, it's Mike Rooker and Thomas Cameron together.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barallo, you had other questions.
More. I wondered about, your office has been really good about anticipating legislation from the State House that might impact Bloomington. And I wondered about if you had adequate staff resources right now to be proactive about looking at what's coming down the pike at the State House that might somehow influence our code or our potential, what we're aiming for. Do you have adequate staff resources for that?
I think so. Barbara McKinney does an update during the legislative session, about every week pretty much, or every 2 weeks. So we are following closely what the bills are doing. And we also get updates from various organizations like AIM, which used to be IACT. They send a weekly bulletin. So I think we do.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll know that we don't if we miss something, but I hope we don't.
Yeah. I have one more follow-up, and it's just, let's see, it's about public records requests. You were mentioning it takes substantial staff time. I know that we've had public records requests going back several years, and I think, well, whether it's frivolous or not, it takes substantial staff time.
Mm-hmm.
Have you kept track of the amount of staff time that it's required? In other words, it's a cost to the city, it's a cost to taxpayers for these, many of which are frivolous, I think. Do we have a ledger of the, at least the number of hours that we spent, or do you think that's a good idea?
We could do that. I wouldn't say we have a ledger. I think we could easily come up with it because it's primarily one attorney who handles them right now. It's Anahit Bijou. And I think she could come up with something. It also, some of them raise very interesting questions about what is disclosable and what is not, and sometimes there are several of us involved in those decisions. It's a right that the public has by state statute, so there's not a lot we can do about it, and some of it is good. They might as well know what we're doing. We are hoping, we have a meeting actually with Rick Dietz later, I think this month. Yeah, maybe next week. Because we'd like to put requests that we have responded to on Be Clear. And I think that will save a lot of time, because if you've already answered something and you get it again, then you can just refer them to the website. So I forgot to mention that actually, but that's going to be one of our big efforts, I think.
Yeah, just to be clear, I think transparency is a very good thing, and I know that the public has a right to. However, if the intent is to incur costs related to some policy, and that's the sole intent, is to provide hurdles
Right.
in order to basically, as a penalty, to accrue costs, then maybe the public should know.
Right.
We ought to put that out there so people can say, well, this group is costing the city tens of thousands of dollars in frivolous requests, perhaps.
I
Let
wouldn't
them
have any
interpret it.
objection to that.
Yeah, okay, very good, thanks.
Other questions for Ms. Guthrie? Well, I have some more. You mentioned the expansion of the convention center. Now, it's my understanding that currently the convention center is sort of the purview of the county. So I was wondering, what are the plans for involving the city in running it and expanding it?
I can't say I'm privy to all of those plans. I think it's a work in progress, but it could involve a food and beverage tax, which would require some legal assistance to accomplish that. It would still be subject, for example, to our planning and zoning, city planning and zoning, because it's in the city. So I anticipate we would be involved in some of that, construction, that kind of thing. Anything you would have with a large construction project in your city.
Okay, but so the negotiations as far as who would actually kind of operate or oversee the expansion, those are still underway.
Yep.
Is that right?
They're still meeting on it. They have a group of 5, county and city. John Weikart is on it as well, who have been working on that.
Okay, good. I noticed a small decrease in the personnel budget for human rights. Do you know why that would be?
I'm going to have to ask Jeff about that.
As you know, you'll see different percentages throughout everybody's budget because it's a picture in time. I don't believe there's actually any decrease in the salaries for those folks, but it'll vary from department to department because we take a snapshot in time of the people that are there or not there with the salaries that are in place. So if a position's vacant or there may have been a reduction in temporary hours, whatever it may be, it's going to cause fluctuations in those percentages. So it will be rare that you see any personnel budget by department that equals exactly 2%. So it's just circumstances. It's a part of the way that we have to budget.
Okay, I understand. Is the human rights portion of your budget a separate fund, or is it part of the general fund?
General fund. It's a department within the legal department. You'll notice
Okay.
in several cases that, now the risk management department is actually a separate fund, but human rights is a part of the legal department. So if you refer back to the exhibits where I show you the departments for the general fund, you won't see human rights listed separately. You'll see this in a number of departments like ESD, HAND, and CFRD, where they have departments within their department and they budget down to that level, but it's all within that department's budget and a part of the larger part of the general fund.
Okay. Any final questions for Ms. Guthrie before we go to the public? Is there anybody in the public who would like to speak to the legal department's budget proposal? Seeing none, we come back to council. Does any council member want to make a comment on the legal departments? Yes. Councilmember Chopra?
Yes, I just want to thank you for all the excellent work you do for us, as well as including a negative increase in spending. You certainly didn't have the sexiest of budgets, but it is
I
appreciated.
take issue with that.
So thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
That's a win.
And I'd just like to say, I wish there were more members of the public here tonight, and it's anybody's guess how many may watch at home who are bored enough to stay on this channel, but we have the Herald Times here, so I hope that people pay attention to what we're talking about here tonight, because, things like this, where, the convention center expansion, when and if this happens, I just know a lot of people are going to say, what? I never heard of that. Well, if things start often in the budget process where we expect projects to come up, so we budget funds to study them. And so this is important stuff. This is, food and beverage tax. Might be you going to, Nick's and paying a little extra for your burger because of something that germinated in 2017. So it's very important to pay attention to these things. So I thank you very much for your presentation. Councilmember Rallo,
I
comment.
just want to echo that and say it's a tremendous amount of work that your office does, and we appreciate it. And I particularly appreciate an enforcement of a property maintenance issue in District 4 that seemed to be intractable, but it was not, thanks to you.
Well,
So
I'm
thank
glad
you.
we could help. Thank you.
All right.
Move to pass.
Second.
All right, we'll start on my left on a straw vote on this department budget.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
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 Okay, that's
701.
601. 601.
601. Okay.
All right, let us move on to Information Technology Services. Mr. Dietz.
Good evening. I'm Rick Dietz, Director of the Information and Technology Services Department of the City of Bloomington, also referred to more succinctly as ITS. You'll hear from a number of my colleagues and in references in this report. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to present to you our proposal for the 2018 ITS budget. Ultimately, the work in our department maybe counterintuitively, but I don't think so, is all about people. The people that are in my department providing the services and the people that we're providing it to, whether that be in our sister city departments or to the public. So I want to commend the staff of the ITS department for all of their work throughout the past year, the work that they'll do with your support for our budget here. In ITS, our mission is to provide, through the forward-looking application of information technology, the IT services, tools, training, and resources necessary to maintain mission-critical city systems, and empower city staff to excel in their work and electronically engage the residents of our community in their own governance. Let's start by reviewing some of our 2017 goals. Please feel free to review in the budget, your budget packet for a complete list. We have a number of different areas that we touch on, and this is a consolidated look. In our 2017 goals included moving forward the city's fiber optic initiative to secure gigabit class internet connectivity for all of our citizens. We engaged with starting at 20, then 12, then 6, then 4, then 2, then 1 respondents to our RFI process, and as Philippa Guthrie mentioned in her presentation, we worked and came very close to an agreement with Axia that ultimately did not work out, largely due to funding issues with their corporate ownership. We continue to have some discussions with them, but are largely focused now on the other respondents to our RFIs that our RFI process that shares the city's goals, and we have an ongoing exchange with them and questions on proposals that they've brought forward to us, and hopefully we'll have some additional resolution of that project in the coming weeks and months. In addition to that, we've established a local coding brigade, which right now is referred to as BMG Hack, Bloomington Hack. That's a citizen group of technologists that are interested in putting their skills to work, looking at the city's data and pursuing projects, whether it's websites, data analysis that will help positively engage our community. And in addition, we assist with the planning and development of core telecommunications and fiber infrastructure for city buildings, and projects such as the Technology Park, Trades District, the Switchyard Park planning process, and retrofitting of city buildings. Another one of our 2017 priorities was launching the city's new website, which we're very pleased with. And alongside that, a financial transparency portal as well. And I believe, well, Jeff, you already spoke. But he'll be back to talk maybe a little bit about that. But the new website was a sizable project. We're pleased to have it out. Among the interesting statistics about that, we've seen an increase in use of the website by mobile devices, approaching almost 50% of the hits to our website now. So that's a huge change in the landscape for online engagement for citizens, and we're really happy that our website supports mobile use fluidly. In 2017, we had a goal of publishing 100 new data sets on the BeClear, on our BeClear data portal. We are over that now with 121, so we've exceeded our goals for 2017, and our goals for geospatial data sets we're at 20, which is what we had targeted for 2017, so essentially we're ahead there. That portal continues to grow, to accumulate new data sets from throughout areas of city operations with interest, not only from outside the city. Obviously, IU and IU students have almost insatiable appetite for city data, particularly ones that are studying in SPIA. But we also have interest from within the city to be able to see what other departments are doing, and data sets that can be shared and utilized across departments. In terms of our technology support operations, one of our goals was to maintain a high customer service rating in response to self-reports from our customers. I think that we're over our target right now there, with which was 4.95 out of a rating of 5. Throughout the year, we replace PCs, laptops, power supplies, and peripherals, about a quarter of our inventory, which our budget supports. And we're working on a transition for the back-end underlying system for our GIS platform in partnership with Utilities, which is also a major user of that software, and that project is underway. On the systems side, we work to maintain our core infrastructure, whether it's networks, servers, and storage, operating at high degrees of uptime. And these statistics, if you noticed the green cards, those are performance cards that are available on the city's performance dashboard, which we track in real time. Some of those cards are internal ones that we monitor, but a number of those are ones that we also expose to the public. Those are built on top of cities' data sets. So looking broadly at our 2018 budget, this budget covers the ITS General Fund and the Telecom Non-Reverting Fund budgets. The controller has already talked about the General Fund and its sources. The Telecommunications Non-Reverting Fund is different than the General Fund. It draws its revenue from franchise fees that are paid by state video franchisees that operate in Bloomington, essentially traditional cable-style video service providers are the revenue source for that. The state, so these companies that operate in Bloomington provide this source of revenue that we then use for audiovisual technology, public access services, information technology, telecommunications, and essentially anything that falls within the purview of ITS. In addition, in this budget, we have a small amount of interdepartmental transfers that are coming from the local income tax for certain items within our budget that are exclusively public safety related. There's a few broad themes in the ITS budget that I want to touch on. And they are efforts that we're making to balance the telecom non-reverting fund, digital communications, our broadband initiatives, and then open data and performance. I'll get to those in these next slides. The first area that I want to touch on is efforts that we've made to bring the telecommunications non-reverting fund into balance. Revenue has plateaued. You can see over the course of more than a decade that we've seen an increase in the fund for the first decade in the graph, and since then it's plateaued and starting to decline. Again, the main source of revenue for this fund being video service franchise revenues. Anytime someone decides to come off of Comcast cable for their video service and goes to Apple TV or Roku box or whatever, that's simply based on having an internet connection, the city is no longer receiving revenue. The city is no longer receiving revenue for that. So as that tendency increases, we anticipate the revenue source for the telecom non-reverting fund to continue to decline. Now, video service providers can make up for that by raising their rates. This again is entirely based on revenue, but ultimately they will continue to lose customers for those services. So we have to keep that in mind, and that's the impetus behind efforts that we've made to decrease the stress on the telecom fund and bring it roughly into balance with this budget. Digital communications are a very important aspect of what ITS does. We promote transparency and accountability through the city's website, through our data portal, through our performance dashboard. As you probably heard from the community survey that the city conducted, the website is used by 87% of our population, seeing it as being a minor or major source of information for news. We take that very seriously. Not only was that part of the community survey results, but it's also was amplified by our city strategic plan, where we identified the website and digital communications as being something that we needed to work on. To that end, we're proposing in the ITS budget an increase of 1 FTE, additional staff member focused on digital communications, namely being a digital communications specialist. That's a position that already exists in a part-time form in our department, and we're seeking to have that increased to a full-time position. I mentioned a little bit about our broadband initiative earlier. Again, we were very close to an agreement with Axia. We continue to work with a number of RFI respondents, including one other respondent quite closely. We're exchanging ideas now for what a potential partnership would look like. That being said, We don't have specific dollars, allocated to this project in 2018 because we don't really know what shape a partnership would take. What dimensions of public-private engagement and what that might require from the city. Data and performance are big areas of effort for us. We launched the data portal at the beginning of Mayor Hamilton's administration. We continue to work on that and expand the data sets, all with the mind for transparency and accountability being essential part of our operations. I want to talk about a few of our activities. Public communications and data, our goals for 2018. We intend to expand what we're doing with the website, our open data portal and performance dashboard. We're going to improve our social media outreach and management, and we're committed to expand our open data portal to 200 data sets in the portal by the end of 2018. In addition to that, it's not on the chart, we'll also commit to 50 performance dashboard cards as well that look at our public data and measure them against our city's goals. In technology support and our help desk services, we're seeking to maintain our high performance rating in excess of 4.5 on our internal ratings, complete our capital computer replacement cycle on time as we have in past years, and continue our efforts to make sure that we're providing a solid backbone to all of our city staff that need to be able to do their work on a daily basis. We have a number of goals that are also articulated in our budget memo, which you have. We have, on the order of 16 different areas of activity, so we won't go through them all. We'll kind of cut to the chase now and take a look at some of the specific budget highlights that we have. From the general fund, as I mentioned, we're seeking an additional FTE that would provide the services as a digital communications specialist that would work not only within ITS with my systems team and our website team, but also very closely with the mayor's office and other communication staff throughout the city. Also contributing to our Category 1 costs of the city's 2% cost of living increase. But a slight offset from that is the contribution in terms of an interdepartmental transfer for staff that are dedicated to public safety purposes. So looking at our general fund lines, lines of note where there's been some changes include management fees, consultants and workshops. Generally, that's in place for consulting, provided that, in the event that we do need consulting services related to the broadband initiative, they are there. We also have needs for our GIS transition and contingency operations. In hardware and software maintenance, we have an increase of $45,000, which is due to a shift of copier maintenance that was previously in the telecom non-reverting fund and is now moved over to the general fund. That's one of the shifts that's helping us to better sustain the telecom non-reverting fund. In dues and subscriptions, we have an increase of $1,750, and that's for the addition of a new software package that's being used by multiple departments throughout the city to improve the graphic design of city print and online publications. In the telecommunications non-reverting fund, we have a decrease of 67,000 in the equipment line. This decrease is this line is for capital replacement of computers and servers. The decrease is due to the shifting of PCs, laptops, and in particular mobile data terminals that are used in police and fire vehicles over to the public safety lit. That is another area where we relieve stress on the telecom non-reverting fund. Telecommunications services account, we have in communications contract an increase of $3,700. That is largely due to increases in the cost of bandwidth and adding a redundant source of bandwidth. Hardware and software maintenance, it decreases by $2,500, and that is due to that shift over to the general fund of copier maintenance. Lastly, I want to highlight the city's funding for CATS, Community Access Television Services, which for the benefit of the public is covering these meetings and covers a massive number of city, county, school board, and other community meetings with the help of city funding. What we're proposing in 2018 is an increase of 1%. As shown in the chart earlier with regard to telecom fund revenue, we're down 2.7% from 2015 to 2016. But we felt that a 1% increase for CATS was warranted despite the decrease in revenue overall in the fund. Lastly, here's our budget. General fund, we're proposing a budget of $2,078,466, which is a 6.38% increase in the general fund. In the telecom fund, what we see is a budget of $965,202, which is an 11.62% decrease. Added together, it's essentially, I believe it's a 0.007 decrease, so a very tiny decrease overall for the city's ITS budget overall, albeit with an increase on the general fund side and a decrease on the telecom non-reverting fund side. And with that being said, I welcome any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. Questions on ITS budget? Yes, Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. I don't know if you're confused or I'm confused. I really hope it's you, but
It's certainly possible it's both, but
well, you keep saying we propose adding a digital communications specialist to the department, but you really already have one, right? And that person is part-time. So are you really wanting to add one other full-time equivalent, or are you proposing adding a half-time equivalent to that position? Are you proposing making that position, moving it from part-time to full-time?
yes, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's
Councilmember Rallo.
I'd like to disclose that I'm business partners with Mr. Dietz. Yes, I turned my microphone off at the wrong time. I'd like to disclose that I am business partners with Mr. Dietz. As I discussed with Council Attorney Sherman, I can act and review this budget in a fair and impartial manner in the public interest. I do have a couple questions. One was about the digital communication specialist. Could you elaborate a bit more? What is the need for this person, and specifically, how will this need be addressed? Working with the mayor's office, working with other departments, what will this person be doing?
A good deal of the effort focuses around content creation and development for the website, for social media, also for applying consistency and communication across those channels. One of the things that we saw both in the community survey and again in our strategic plan is that that's a gap that we need to meet to more effectively communicate what we're doing and also to more effectively interact. So it's not simply it's not simply a one-way street with social media engagement. It needs to be more two-way. So that's a major focus of this position as well.
I have more questions, but I can wait.
Let's see if there are other first-round questions from council members. Well, I will take a first-round question. So a couple things stand out to me in your general fund budget. A $50,000 increase in management fees, consultants, and workshops, and then a significant increase, $4,000 increase in motor repairs. Could you speak to those two, please?
I can certainly speak to the consultants one more competently than the motor repair. In terms of the consultation services, we're looking at a number of substantial projects in 2018, that we expect that we will need professional support. With our current engagement on the fiber plans, we've worked with a company called CTC, Columbia Telecommunications, who's a nationally recognized expert in the field, and we certainly hope that we can retain their services as we move forward with the project. In addition to that area, we're undertaking a major transition of our GIS system, which is a very complicated and far-reaching platform. And again, we're looking for some assistance there. All of our staff, throughout the city that are working with that are part of our GIS team, take this year, for instance, we're inundated with the annexation project. So while we're working on all of these projects that come up, it's hard to have additional time beyond the demands that we currently have to work on a major transition. So those are areas where we're looking to some outside consultants to be able to supplement our internal capacity.
So you feel like you will need more of that in 2018 than this year?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Underwood, maybe you could address the motor vehicle repair line?
Rick has been a very bad driver,
There we go.
and consequently, his budget's increased. No, the fleet maintenance department is funded through charges back through the various departments. And as experience changes, those will fluctuate between departments. We're continuing to study that. You may see some reallocations between this presentation and the final presentation, but they're self-funded. So essentially, we look historically what has been the experience of a department as far as maintenance and repairs. So as vehicles get older, they have an older vehicle, then it tends to have more repairs and their experience level goes up. So the next year, their charges go up. We have a new fleet manager that just started about a month ago, and we're working closely with them to review that system and what's the most appropriate way to allocate those costs, as well as what can we do to contain them. Rick will probably see a drop in the coming years because he's in the process of getting a new vehicle that we bought out of reversion. So that's the other thing, is we hope to see our experience level goes down in our fleet maintenance budget because we're slowly starting to replace an aging fleet. I talked 2 years ago about deferred replacement and the cost of that. And the older the vehicle gets, the more costly it becomes to maintain. And in many cases, we're well past that point. So in this particular case, it was, he had an older vehicle, a lot of repairs, his experience level went up.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo, did you have another question?
More, actually. I had one about, I'm glad that you mentioned, Mr. Dietz, about the evaluation of the city's website. I guess that was by the survey, the citizen survey? Or was it done on the website itself?
Correct. The citizen survey was conducted before the release of the current website. In fact, I think that's actually helpful to us because when we do the following survey, we'll be able to to compare where we were and where we are now.
So we will have an objective means to evaluate the 59% who rated our website as excellent or good quality. That was the previous website that they
Correct.
were reviewing. I see. Okay. So we're hoping for a better number than that.
Yes.
Perhaps. And the digital communication specialist is going to assist in that.
Correct. In addition to coordinating pretty closely with Mayor's Office communication staff to make sure that we're communicating effectively in all of the channels that we need to.
May I continue? I have a couple more, but
Well, why don't we take turns, because I have a couple more, too.
very good. That's why I asked.
Are there any other council members who want to jump in? No, okay. You mentioned a couple times, I believe, in your memo, the guaranteed savings contract.
Correct.
Is that the same thing that Jackie Bauer talked to us about?
Right.
So how does ITS, how do your programs and services relate to that contract or possibly relate?
Yeah. So, yeah, possibly is the key there. We've been engaged with the consultants and with a number of city departments under this effort that Jackie Bauer has led. I think we probably had on the order of 6 or 7 different meetings discussing some of our major IT initiatives, which include network updates, storage updates, backup updates, some of which are in our current budget for 2017, some of which we're looking at for 2018. But we've put those projects, I wouldn't say on hold, but we are hoping to lever from those discussions potentially some new insights or some other funding mechanisms that we could apply to those projects. So those are areas that we continue to be interested in moving forward, but as we begin to get results from that process, we'll know whether for instance we might fund some of our network upgrade under the umbrella of that defined savings program, or whether we'll end up using city funds for that. Ultimately, they're all city funds under that program. It's just a matter of financing, as I'm sure you're aware.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out how the energy savings would be gained through ITS. I mean, upgrading servers, would that use less energy overall, or?
Correct. For most of the IT initiatives that are folded under that, it's less about energy savings as opposed to a more efficient way to deploy resources, or being able to tackle certain projects more quickly that will then have efficiency impacts because of that.
I'll jump in here and just add that. A lot of these initiatives are what we call smart city initiatives that would allow us to maintain city systems such as street lights and stoplights and those things in a more efficient manner, and they do use energy. So if we can reduce our costs there through smarter grids, which is Rick's area, then they would qualify for those services.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
You mentioned an aim of 200 data sets to be displayed on our website. Is this raw data, or is this in some way user-friendly? Has it been, you know?
It's
what
it's a
form will it-
mixture of both. So the data sets that we currently have in the Be Clear data portal will be accompanied by, you know, a PDF that describes it. But the most critical thing for being included in the data set is that it's actual data. You know, that it's data with, you know, rows and columns, that it's well formatted, that it can be used by, you know, anyone in the public to have a better understanding of how the city operates. So yes, to both of those
So
things.
both.
Raw data plus an explanation of what the data is.
Okay, good.
I have a question about cats. We talked earlier about, you know, making sure that city employees are paid a living wage. What are CATS employees paid? And do you have any idea?
I don't have any information with regard to that, but I can get it to you.
Okay, if you could get that to us.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
I know that there's somebody in the audience who could answer that, but we will get to that sort of after this meeting. Thank you. And what percentage of the CATS budget is paid by the city?
I'm not certain about that for this coming year because all of those budgets are yet to be set. You know, in terms of the overall public contribution, the city is still pays the majority of the public contribution, which includes the city, Monroe County government, and then I think a fairly nominal amount that comes from the town of Ellettsville. My understanding, though, is that county revenue has been, you know, increasing and city revenue has been, you know, decreasing over the past couple of years. I think simply changes in the marketplace.
So can you get us the information as to what percentage of their budget we pay
Sure,
for?
I'd be happy to. The other wild card there is that CATS is housed as a department of the public library. The library makes, you know, what they consider to be in-kind, you know, contributions in terms of facility costs, that sort of thing, plus the salary of the various employees. So it's a somewhat complicated arrangement,
Yeah.
but I'd be happy to pull together some numbers for you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else with questions? Councilmember Rollo.
A question about the digital underground, our assets regarding that. Years ago, I think it was anticipated maybe that the fiber servers, we would essentially extend fiber throughout the city, and then it turned out that private companies basically supplanted that. And although we're still using those assets, are they used to their potential? Or are they, you know, I'm picturing, say, is it on 7th Street? Isn't that where many of the hardware is housed? Is it being utilized efficiently, and or is it something that we might want to retire at some point and use, you know, privately outsourced fiber?
There's I guess a couple of different questions and ways that I'll address that. One, the city of Bloomington has used the BDU infrastructure as our core network since it was installed. And that has been a very cost-effective investment because we simply could not get the kinds of connectivity that we get between city buildings in the private marketplace, certainly at the time that the BDU was put in place. So it continues to be a value to us. In terms of utilization of the assets, we are currently using almost all of the available fiber strands that are currently in the BDU. We being City of Bloomington, MCCSC, Monroe County Government, Monroe County Public Library are the users of that infrastructure. We do have additional conduits through the core path of the BDU. We placed mostly, it's 3 conduits, and so those conduits could be utilized by a third party, if a third party were interested. What our experience was, and this is rolling back the clock a number of years, is that when we talked with potential interested parties, largely they were only interested in maintaining their own infrastructure. They didn't want to have a piecemeal system where it was a combination of one company's assets and another and another and another. They wanted to wholly own that. So that was the dynamic that largely led to there not being significant interest from private companies in using the infrastructure. To touch on, I guess, another point in terms of going forward, I still think that infrastructure has value. In fact, that's been a key component of our discussions within the framework of our RFI discussions around the city's fiber optic initiative, that some amount of those city assets may come into play in those discussions for the core or the foundation of the network build. Might rely on the investment that the city has already made. So I still think that there's significant value there, and lifespan for certainly for city use and our other public partners.
Thank you for that detailed answer. I had one quick question regarding the 3 to 5 year strategic plan that's pending in 2017. Will you come and present it to the council when that's completed?
Right, I'd be happy to discuss it.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Dietz? Seeing none, we go to the public. Any member of the public like to comment on the ITS budget? Seeing none, back to council. Any council members would like to make a comment about the ITS budget? Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. I'm pleased about the increase to CATS. I think that's really, really important, particularly if we haven't been staying up with that. But I am curious about what the total costs are and how the city fits into that. But thank you for recommending that increase.
Other comments? Okay, we have a do pass recommendation starting on my right.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, somebody missing. Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's a vote of 5-0-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dietz. And we move on to the city council budget. And we have our city council attorney, Mr. Dan Sherman.
Good evening. I'm here to present your budget for next year. As I say every year, you're the legislative body. And according to statute, you perform those functions when you, as it says here, pass ordinances, orders, and resolutions and motions for the government of the city, the control of city's finances and property, and the appropriation of funds. Your core duties actually occur in this room almost every week when you meet. And of course, all the time you spend ahead of time preparing for these meetings, which occur on 3-week cycles. Staff behind the scenes does work with the legislative packet, which is online, and that includes memos that summarize the legislation and also explain your any statutory tests involved or any statutory authorities underlying your decisions and actions. Let me move ahead so you get to see it. Your goal here is to adopt legislation in an open, informed, and timely manner that is lawful and effectively addresses the needs of the city. The next primary activity you have is policy development and coordination. You do this when you work with staff and residents on initiating new policy or reviewing and revising existing policy. It's work you do in appointing people to boards and commissions, serving on those boards and commissions, and following up on the actions that occurs on those boards and commissions. In addition, you have some of your own committees. You have the Jack Hopkins Committee, you have Sidewalk Committee, you have the Public Safety Local Income Tax Committee, which just wrapped up its work last week. You have Affordable Living Committee, you have ad hoc task forces, and you also have working groups. Excuse me. Again, your third primary activity is constituent services, and you largely bear the brunt of that, and occasionally staff is there to assist you when you need it. And again, your goals here are to provide open, responsive, and accountable municipal government that contributes to a sense of community. I've added an additional category or activity, and this relates to staff. You have 2 attorneys. We act as your legal counsel, and for that reason, I thought it would be worthwhile mentioning that as a screen. So we are here to represent the council on terms you deem appropriate and which are consistent with our obligations to the council as our client. This means understanding and conveying the rights and duties and potential liabilities of the council, advising you of any matters of law related to your business, advocating on your behalf, respecting confidentiality, and exhibiting loyalty. All those, the last, of course, apply to any staff who act as our agent. And our goal here is to provide timely, thorough, and professional legal advice and legal service. I'd like to get into your budget. We have appropriations that populate 3 of the 4 categories. Most of the money, almost 90%, is in personnel services. There you'll see a 2% increase for council members and staff. And as you heard from Caroline Shaw, that represents what non-union city employees receive citywide. This budget also includes a part-time assistant administrator, research assistant, that will help with research, constituent services, and administrative duties. The logic of the rationale for the part-time staff member is that along with help we're getting from the city clerk's office, full-time city staff can spend more time on policy development. One thing happened over the summer, and we were able to get a SPIA-Corps fellow for very little money, and it's a great opportunity. And so after this budget went out in July, we were able to get a SPIA-Corps intern, and I'll talk about those costs a little bit later on. That should also help with our policy development capabilities. Please know that with the addition of part-time staff and the SPIA-Corps fellow, we're eliminating money that we had in our budget for interns, and that's about $22,000. So it helps. We think we have a means of meeting your needs, and we had a way of offsetting some of the costs associated with the additional personnel. So for category 1, you're looking at an increase of about almost $24,000 or 4.7%. For a total of $531,626. Category 2 is supplies, minor increase of $162, and that's for updating our statutes, and that's done through a contract negotiated with City Legal, and I think you heard about that earlier this evening. That category amounts to $4,273. Category 3 is other services and charges. There you're looking at an increase of about $1,876. That's a 3.1% increase. I'll review those increases with you. First of all, under dues and subscriptions, there's about a $500 increase that allows the the two attorneys to participate in webinars put on by the International Municipal Lawyers Association. I mentioned earlier about the SPIA Corps Fellow. That cost is $13.75. You see that reflected here under Category 3. Although it doesn't represent an increase, I do mention the grants line. It's $50,000. That's something the city has been giving to for the operation of Buskirk-Chumley for a number of years, and the last few of which have been located in our budget. So we'll come to a total budget for the council proposed for 2018 of $597,817. It's about a $26,000 increase, or 4.5%. And that, in short, is an overview of our budget. And you can see it in summary here. Thank you. It's a pleasure working with you, and I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Are there questions on the council budget? Seeing none, we go to the public. Any member of the public would like to comment on the city council budget? Seeing none, we come back to council. Any comments?
Move to pass.
I'll make a comment. I want to thank Mr. Sherman and Stacey Jane Rhodes, who's also here, for all their hard work. And I think it's a very good idea to have another staff member helping the council. We have many legislative initiatives, planning initiatives, neighborhood issues, and other things that we need assistance with. All of us up here are part-time, and so we do rely on the staff quite a bit for their assistance and guidance, legal guidance. So I'm very glad to see a 50% FTE position in our budget request. I hope that this will pass. Of course, we're all up here voting on it. We're the ones voting on it, so it's pretty likely. But I am glad to see that, and that we can also keep the SPIA, the fellow that we have who's done some good work. So, Councilmember Sandberg, did you have a comment as well?
Yes, I do. Thank you. With respect to our staff, which is an incredible staff that does a lot of great research work for us, we've seen over the past year, maybe past several years, a real increase in their work. And with any kind of labor issue, I'm always concerned about the ability for staff to be able to take time. This is a discussion I've had with our clerk, too, to make sure that she is fully staffed to be able to have individuals at all times cover their responsibilities, but also to be available to take the much-needed time off that they need. So I think adding the additional staff makes a lot of sense. I think it's really wise how we are utilizing our interns through the SPIA Service Corps this year. But the increase in work has been noticeable. It certainly has been for me in the past year. And we want to ensure that, again, those of us that are not full-time, but certainly the work that we do is critical to make sure we get it right, make sure that it's well-researched and vetted, that I think this is important. I'm also still grateful to have the $50,000 in our line for the Buskirk-Chumley Theater. That's an investment in our downtown that I'm happy to be the steward of. I'm just, I don't know that it's going to be in our line indefinitely, if there are other departments that might step up and want to take that on. But in the meantime, I'm very happy to be the steward of that valuable investment in our downtown. Thank you.
Any final comments? Yes, Councilmember Chopra.
Yes, I do want to thank the city clerk and her staff as well for making our staff shifts possible, and I know that she'll be speaking more about that, but it wasn't just us deciding to, pay for a part-time staff member. It was also coordination and the willingness to do so from the clerk's office, so thank you for that.
Councilmember Rallo?
Well, two comments. One is I want to thank our staff for the tremendous amount of work, and I'm wholly supportive of the budget, and I'm appreciative of the council office and the clerk's office being the real interface for the public when they come to City Hall. And so that requires a lot of attention to detail, a lot of work, and a lot of activity. I find it odd, as Councilmember Sandberg does, well, perhaps I'm putting words in your mouth. I don't mean to say that. I find it odd, I should say, that the Buskirk-Chumley grant remains in the council budget. I was happy to have it there. It's an artifact left over from a previous administration. I'm not so certain it's needed in our budget any longer. I would be open to other departments, particularly the Economic and Sustainable Development Department, for evaluating the needs of the Buskirk-Chumley. I think it's important support for this community asset, and I would hope that it would continue, but we really haven't discussed whether it requires, to what extent it's required or required to increase over time. And perhaps a department that has the means to determine that and evaluate that in terms of other assets in the downtown might be the proper place for it. But for the time being, I support where it is, and I support this budget. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
Second.
I don't think there was a motion.
It was moved.
There was a motion several times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was
All right. So we
duplicative.
have a move to pass recommendation. I'll start on my left.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
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 That's 601. Thank you. And we'll move on to the city clerk. Ms. Nicole Bolden, welcome.
Oh, good. Well, good evening. My name is Nicole Bolden, and I am the Bloomington City Clerk. And tonight, I'd like to tell you a little bit about our budget, why we're here, and what we've done this year, and what we have planned coming up for next year. The statutory duties of the clerks in second-class cities are set out in the Indiana Code, but it's not so much, it's a definition. It's not really a job description. The city clerk is a full-time elected position, and we currently have a deputy city clerk who's authorized to perform all the duties underneath the Indiana Code and the Bloomington Municipal Code, and we also have a hearing officer. We're able to administer oaths of office, attest to signatures, serve as the satellite voter registration office, certify minutes, sign bond documents, certify cemetery deeds or other legal documents prescribed by the law. We're charged with posting public notices, filing proofs of publication, and most importantly, I think for you, we keep the council records. So for 2017, we had a few goals. We wanted to restructure the council records to make them more accessible. To that end, I'm sure some of you have noticed that we've reorganized the council library. We've introduced Library of Congress subject headings to keep our searching vocabulary uniform and transferable to other systems. We've created a cataloging system original to our library, and when I say we, I do mean my hearing officer, Bethany Wages, who's here this evening. We've updated our resolutions, ordinance, and minutes process and storage. We've produced memos or minutes for every council meeting in 2017 to date. And again, by we, I want to include my fabulous deputy clerk, Stephen Lucas, who's over here clerking the meeting this evening, with the assistance of our intern, Ellie Coverman, who's in the back as well. We've consolidated all of our records into the fireproof cabinets in the back library, which has provided for some safer long-term storage for our records, and we should have enough space for the next 20 years. So thank you again for those funds. That was enormously helpful for our city records. We've worked to enhance the parking ticket appeals process. We installed a computer in the office for appeals, which has helped cut down on paper, which I thought was very important. We still have people who come in and want to fill out paper appeals, but we do have a computer in the office so people can do it that way. And we've accelerated our parking ticket appeal response time. Most people are getting their responses within a week. We'd like to continue to decrease that amount of time, but we still have to pay attention to each and every appeal that comes into our office. And we have an increased focus on training and education for staff. We've made sure this year to enroll the clerk and deputy in professional organizations so we can learn how to better serve the public and the council. And we've attended educational forums this year. So this year, as of late July, we've decided 898 parking ticket appeals, created 121 catalog records, performed 29 wedding ceremonies, and have created an ordinance index for 70 books. Additionally, clerk staff have attended 33 meetings for a total of 3,871 minutes, and we've produced almost 200 pages of minutes and memos. Our goal for 2018, or one of our goals for 2018, is to, we're looking at the council's request for next year to add additional duties. So we'll be attending additional council committees and meetings for the council, along with the required documents and information that's generated by the Common Council, such as the ordinances, resolutions, the minutes of meetings, and we'll also be responsible for documenting and recording decisions and discussions and activities of the council. In addition, we're going to be taking on the duties of covering the entire front office for the clerk and council suite, so that will require additional staffing needs for us. We're going to try and increase the availability of all the council records. We've been transferring the digital copies of legislation and minutes from the previous website onto our new city website. And we've also been expanding the availability of all the records to maximize accessibility. We noticed when we switched over to the new city website, we saw a marked increase of people calling us to say, hey, I need the minutes from 1972, or certain documents that we took for granted as being on there. So we've been trying to increase their accessibility, and we've also looked at getting everything all the way back to the 1800s. And next, we are, like most of you, I've spoken to IU classes and summer programs about government and political participation. We've hosted students and visitors from around the world, including a group from Indonesia just a few hours ago. Getting youth interested and gaining greater appreciation and understanding of local government and getting them more involved is one of my personal goals. So we try to encourage students to apply for internships in the clerk's office. I think that having students around City Hall helps the next generation of citizens who are working to understand the workings of government. And so next year, one of the things that we're going to be doing is sponsoring a bicentennial essay contest. And I'm really very excited about this, and we're hopeful that it will encourage students in our community, and it will be open to all students in our community to learn a little bit more about our community. And since we get to hold on to the records here, we get to see things that a lot of people don't see. So we're trying to get that out. And last, we've been really excited this year. We've started to work with other departments in digitization and cataloging and archiving records. I know some of you may have seen in our library that we have some records from the fire department. There's documents that go all the way back to the first firefighting squad. There's a picture of them. And so since we've had the experience of going through digitizing all of our records, and we've started our cataloging process, it seemed to be an easier method for us to share our information and provide some of that staffing toward those goals, rather than trying to have each department go out and recreate the wheel. So hopefully we'll be able to continue to collaborate with other departments as they need it and continue to work with them in that goal. So on to our budget highlights. This year, we'll see an overall increase of about 4%, well, almost 5% in personnel services. We rewrote the job descriptions for the deputy clerk and for the hearing officer. So now the deputy clerk will be referred to as our chief deputy clerk, and the hearing officer will be the deputy clerk. We rewrote the job descriptions and submitted them to the HR team for review and grading, and the budget request reflects the full cost of the annual salary and the benefits related to those positions. This year, for supplies, we have an overall decrease of $4,100. Last year, we budgeted for the purchase of a new safe, and earlier this year, we used some of our reversion funds to buy an additional safe and additional books. So you guys have enabled us to significantly decrease the amount of money that we requested for 2018. Thank you again. And last, we have Category 3, which is our other services and charges, which is an overall increase of $22,465. Of that $22,000, $20,000 is, I guess the best way to refer to it would be a parallel move from Public Works. For some reason, for many years, the printing of the municipal code, which is one of the clerk duties to maintain and update the Bloomington Municipal Code, the costs of that have been in the Public Works Department budget. And after consulting with Adam Wason, the Director of Public Works, we decided that it made more sense for that money to actually reside in the office of the city clerk. It seems to be more transparent and people know where that money is coming from. The rest of the costs in line 316, we had an increase of instruction, a small increase for travel, and an increase in dues and subscriptions. Those are all costs that are related to staff development. And last, we had the $1,500 that we're requesting for sponsorship for the bicentennial essay contest. I do want to stress at this point, we are looking for private businesses that would like to join in and sponsor the bicentennial essay contest. And if they would like to, they can reach me at clerk@bloomington.in.gov, or they can call the office. But we want to make sure that we're able to make it a contest that kids will want to participate in right off the bat. And so this is our budget summary for the Office of the City Clerk. As you can see, our expenditures, or our proposed budget this year, is $271,804. It's an increase of about 11.8%, but again, the bulk of it's coming from the shift from the Public Works printing line. And that is everything that I have for you tonight. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bolden. Councilmember Volin.
With respect to the minutes, have you had to re-upload minutes, or are you just relinking to minutes that are still in the city system but just no longer visible on the webpage?
There have been some of the minutes that were actually transferred over by ITS, and now we're going back through.
Transferred over? Did they haul them down the hall in a cart?
If you'd like, I can maybe speak to that as well.
Yes, I
deputy
think
clerk
I'll ask
speaks.
Stephen to speak to that. Thank you.
With the minutes, it was simply a matter of re-uploading files, which I believe is, we're back to where we were with the old website already. With the legislation, that's taking a little bit longer because we're also providing some additional information attached to the legislation that wasn't there before, so that's ongoing.
All I know is that before the new website came online, I could find documents from as far back as 1950.
And you should be able to find most of them now, but we're adding just a bit more information for the legislation itself. Also, we've moved some of that information. So instead of being under the clerk's webpage, it's now under the council webpage. And is that, and Stephen, I think, wanted to add
The material
something.
going back to 1950 that I think you're referring to was legislation, was a list of ordinances and resolutions. That process is ongoing. We're working with ITS because it's not simply a matter of re-uploading PDFs.
Because literally all I see on the council website is 2017 legislation and a legislative index going back to 2011. And we had them the index going back 20 years, legislation went back 60 years. So
We're working with ITS to make sure that all of that information is uploaded and accurate and as detailed as possible.
I would anticipate
should be-
within 2 weeks that would be.
Within the next 2 weeks, it should all be available.
And it's also available on the old website if you're on the city network. If any member of the public needs access to that, we're still able to provide that. It's just not linked online at the moment.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing it linked. Thanks.
Councilmember Rallo.
Ms. Bolden, I wondered about the parking ticket appeals in terms of over time. You've been in the clerk's office prior to being clerk. You were deputy clerk, and so you've experienced from having no metered parking to metered parking that we have faulty meters at times. Has it increased? Has the appeal process increased? Has it remained the same? Is it clearer to people? What's your experience with that? Or is it just generally as the population increases, the number of appeals keep going up because you have more density in the city?
Well, I've been in the office, you're correct, for about 8 years now. First as a hearing officer and now the city clerk. And I will say that appeals tend to fall in line in terms of percentage with the number of tickets issued. That percentage hasn't changed dramatically over the last 8 years. So in terms of enforcement and everything else, we rise and fall with enforcement. We see spikes during move-in times or large city events when there's homecoming or Little 500. We'll see more parking ticket appeals because we have more visitors to the area. In terms of the process itself, it's usually new for people when they're appealing a parking ticket. It's not something that most people do on a regular basis. So it always requires some explanation. And people tend to be confused or upset or just concerned because they don't want to be seen as having intentionally broken the law. I will say the number of tickets issued has gone down this year, but like I said, we follow along the path of the parking enforcement office. So if they're not issuing as many parking tickets, the appeals will go down. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Bolden? Okay, seeing none. Does anybody in the public like to make a comment about the city clerk's budget? And we have no public comments, so back to council for comments. Councilmember Sandberg.
Well, I certainly want to commend your office and your staff for the timely issuance of minutes. They have been delightful. They have been well kept up and full of detail. And on behalf of Team C, I also want to thank our deputy clerk, soon to be our chief deputy clerk, for the really outstanding running of the board and commission appointments. That's a difficult job, and we had a lot to catch up with at the beginning of the year, and it went very systematically and smoothly, and I want to thank you for all of that. And again, for just your assistance in helping us and our office be as efficient as we can possibly be and productive with the staff that we have. So many thanks to you.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Chopra.
I apologize to the clerk, as this is just a general musing on this evening's proceedings, but I wonder what the protocol is for keeping questions to those that pertain to the budget. That's my thought. I don't know if we could amend procedures in the future to those types of questions or not, but
I think that
this is taking far longer than it should because there are many programmatic questions that I guess anything can be attached to the budget, but quite loosely, I would say.
I would say that's a conversation for another day and time. Any other comments? I would like to make a comment, and I would like to thank the clerk for arranging things so that the city council staff will not have to man the front desk. Man or woman or staff. Thank you very much. Yeah, that slipped out. That wasn't right. That really helps our staff to focus on legislation and legal issues and research. So I really appreciate that. It seems to me overall you're doing more with less. So I thank you very much for that. And I do
trying.
support the staff title changes. I think that makes sense. So do I hear a do pass? No? Councilmember
do
Rallo
pass.
wants to add something, as usual.
What occurred to me is that what a cool thing the Bicentennial Essay Contest is, and that your office is really key for that as the record keeper. So that's really great. Second.
All right. I have lost track as to which end of the table I'm starting at. Okay, starting on my right.
Yes.
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 Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
And that is 601. Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Moulton. We move on to Mr. Underwood and the City Controller's Office.
At last, your long wait is over. The department you've waited the most for to hear from.
I thought
The
this time
office
would
of
never
the
come.
Office of the Controller. I will try to be brief for you. Our office is very transactionally based. We take money in and we send money out and we pay people. So a lot of what we do is day to day. It's very transactional, and you'll see that kind of in our goals for both this year and next year. Why we exist, the Indiana State Legislature in IC 364-9-6 established the position of the controller and the related duties. So we are statutory. That's unique for most of us. There's very few of us that have that. So this legislature has established controllers. We're the city's chief financial officer, and the office is responsible for processing and accounting for all fiscal transactions of the city. Jumping right into our goals update, accounts payable, accounts receivable. Like I said, we take money in, we put money out. Our goal is to process deposits within 1 business day and to process all claims paid within 30 days. We also working diligently to increase participation in our EFT payment process. We don't like to issue checks. We try to sell that you're going to get, the money's going to go directly in your account. You don't have to worry about chasing the check down. You're going to know when it comes in. We do notify people electronically of those payments, so we thank everybody that participates in that. If you've not signed up, please do. It's very safe. And a highlight is in the first 6 months of this year compared to last year, we decreased the number of checks compared to total payments from 35% down to 28%. So the vast majority of our payments are now electronic. So the goal is 100%. We may never get there, but we're going to continue to push for that. Payroll, as you know, we have 700 city employees, and that jumps up in the summer. So we like to process all those personnel requests and updates accurately into the city's payroll system, run it within the periods required, pay all the taxes and all the direct deposits. Again, goal was to increase direct deposit of all payroll to 100%. I can say that other than for special payments or payroll collections, all payroll is now done electronically. So we're not in the check business on payroll side very much. Cash management goals to create efficient, effective, interactive cash management systems. Highlight here is that we've been working really hard to simplify the banking account structure, and in addition to that, implemented one-on-one accounting for deposit items. So in the past, the Parks Department might have a deposit and maybe multiple of 100 items, which made it very difficult to go back and research when somebody would have a question either within the department or from the public. So now that's one-on-one, so that if you make a payment to the city, we can track that directly into the system. Budgeting, we've spent a lot of work there. The main thing is we've re-implemented activity-based budgeting for all departments, programmatic, sorry about that, and we're going to continue to work on that, and you'll see that in our 2018. Research and special projects, if we're not doing transactional things, we're really trying to help departments out in doing research and help them with finances and their activities. We did a number of projects in the last 12 months. The sanitation improvements, the salary study, trades district, Switchyard Park, capital replacement plan, tax abatements, and long-term strategic plans. Our office is key that we essentially, if it's happening in a department, the controller and legal are probably partners with them in that. Financial reporting, develop and complete, submit all reports and forms required by the federal and state authorities within the time periods required. We've been able to do that. In addition, as Rick noted, we partnered with them to implement the transparency module on the city's website. If you've not visited that, I would encourage you to do so. There's more data there than you can ever imagine, and it gets updated on a weekly basis right now. We're working with the Tyler folks to make that real time so that you can go in and see up-to-the-minute details. You can drive all the way down to a transactional level if you want to do so. And that data, it can all be offloaded and manipulated. So, capital finance and accounting, continue to incorporate GASB standards for capital asset accounting and continue the development of a formal debt policy for the city of Bloomington. We've been able to do the short term, and you can see the results. In this year alone, we've issued 4 new bond series and 2 refundings. So we've been quite busy on the debt side of things. Internal audit, develop and implement a comprehensive program that will ensure, within reason, compliance with all the regulations that are out there. I think we've made a lot of headway on that. One of the highlights, and thanks to the council for working with us, was we developed and gained council acceptance of the internal controls and materiality policies. We successfully implemented that and trained all appropriate city staff, including yourselves, and thank you all. I know we were a bit of a nag, but you know, we do that, and it is now part of our ongoing employee orientation. So new employees, as a part of their onboarding, take that class, as exciting as it is. Jumping into 2018, again, same types of things, accounts payable, receivable, cash management. One thing there that we hope to get down to is we've done a lot of work on reserves for the city's general fund and rainy day fund, and what we'd like to do is develop a risk-based assessment for the proper levels of reserves on every one of those city funds. So we're hoping to get that started yet this year and complete that in next year. On budgeting, as I said, you know, we've developed activity-based budgeting, and we're hoping to move that to the next phase, which would begin to identify specific dollars and or revenues, if they're applicable, and FTEs to those programs, along with additional information so that you can see a program, and this is more for our service departments, CAFR, CFRD, HAND, and ESD, and so the others that provide those services, is what are the programs do they have? What are the costs of those programs? Do they bring in any revenues? And what's the target audience, so that we can be as efficient with our dollars as possible. You know, if we have a program that's costing us $250,000 a year and we're serving 10 people, there needs to be a discussion, is that the most appropriate use of city funds for that program? And it's to help us with sunsetting and looking at programs, because there's an ebb and flow to those, and more often in government, we just tend to add new things, rather than going back and taking a look and saying, has that particular program run its course, and can we direct those dollars in a more appropriate way? So that's the next step that we want to see there. Internal audit, just continue on with reviewing selected transactions for compliances. We want to work on, and we mentioned this last year, integration of all our subsidiary software systems. And again, this is efficiency as well as segregation, so that the more that we can automate things, the easier it is to keep those controls in place. So we have 25 to 30 subsidiary programs that we want to get integrated into our main enterprise financial program. And then we spent a lot of time this year talking about strategic plan. And again, our department really works with every department, and we'll be spending a lot of time on these different projects, both currently and in next year. Food and beverage tax, fiscal impacts of the construction of the new IU Health campus, continue to monitor and report on the public safety lit, parking meters, parking structures, surface lots, implementation and monitoring of the energy savings program, assisting departments with fiscal impacts and needs for their strategic programs, the string of pearls that the mayor mentioned, and we hope to participate in the customer service satisfaction survey with legal, HR, and IT, and we'll be participating in the union contract negotiations for ASPE and police. Highlights of the budget. Overall, in our personnel services, you'll see an increase of 4.6%. That's inclusive of the 2% in that category. Slight decrease in our supplies of $1,400. The big changes are in our Category 3, overall increase of just over $100,000 or 24.5%. The highlights there are $6,000 in our bank charges, and that just reflects the increased use of credit and debit cards for payments. Dues and subscriptions, this is an increase of $18,750, but this is really just reflects a move of the AIM dues that were paid out of the non-reverting West Side Fund that's kind of gone its course. That was the in lieu of taxes agreement that we had. So we've had to move those into our department, so it's just a reflection of a move there. Other services and charges, an increase of $75,000. Primarily, that is a combination of two things. Additional of $200,000 for bicentennial projects, so that'll bring the total funding for the bicentennial out of our budget for the city of $225,000, and then a reduction of $125,000, $100,000 for annexation, consulting services, and $25,000 for the segregation of duty studies that we'll do every 2 years. So we'll be doing one this fall. We won't have that money in next year, but then we'll bring it back the year after that. Overall, then, an increase of $143,000 or 10.41%. We also have some other funds that we administer. The aforementioned non-reverting West Side Fund, we still have a little bit of money coming in from BIF loans. So we anticipate about $9,750 there that we'll use for other services and charges. Then our bond funds, the bond for this building, which is paid out of COIT dollars, lit dollars now. The golf course bond, which is a parks bond. And then our two new bonds, the general obligation bonds for the city and the general obligation bonds for the Parks Department. And then finally, this small vehicle replacement fund of $202,500, and there's no change there. So thank you for consideration of our budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Are there questions on the Controller's Office budget? Councilmember Granger.
Thank you, Jeff. You said $225,000 for bicentennial, and the mayor said $250,000. I mean,
there is $25,000 in the ESD budget that they'll talk about later, specifically for arts projects.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
Yes. Mr. Underwood, are you satisfied with the internal controls that have been implemented? Is there any tweaking that is needed, or is it functioning well?
I think it's functioning well. You know, you continue to do due diligence as things change, as software increase, changes in software, changes in staff, changes in processes. There's always new laws and regulations, and you continually have to adjust for those. So I'm very happy with the progress that we've made. You all have been a big part of that. We started with the fiscal policy manual, which was one of the first things I worked on when I came back. We've done a lot of education. We've done a lot of internal audits. No system's foolproof. If there's a will, there's a way. But the idea is to make it more difficult to shine a light on that. I've attended a lot of fraud educational things, and it's motivation and opportunity. You can't control motivation, but you can control the opportunity. So that's where our focus is.
As a follow-up, does your office do periodic review of all the fund balances? Because I know that a particular fund, for instance, a few years ago, apparently didn't get the required attention by your predecessor. So I assume that at this point your office is keeping track of all the
yes,
relevant funds, TIF funds. So.
We implemented tighter controls. The RDC was the main area. Yeah. And we have a 3-step process. In fact, departments hate me because of the process that we now have to go through to allocate those funds. So I'll just take a quick second. We have to do a project review form, which basically they come and present to the RDC and say, we'd like to do this project. Here's the anticipated budget. Are you or are you not in favor of that? If they're in favor of it, then depending on the phases, they will bring those contracts individually back to the RDC, and they will approve those, and then they approve the actual expenditure of the funds. So very tight controls there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Volin?
Just to follow up on Councilmember Granger's question, I did hear the mayor say 250 for bicentennial, but your budget says, you say an increase of 200,000, and then there's 25 in ESD, so where's the other 25?
We have $25,000 in for this year.
Oh, so you
So
mean in
we're adding
2017?
so we're increasing that to 225,000 for next year.
Oh, I see. Now I
And then
follow.
another 25,000 in
Got
ESD.
it.
And that's in addition to the clerks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sandberg?
Thank you. With our rigorous discussion about internal controls, we also talked about sometimes there's a downside to that with like efficiency and being able to get things purchased quickly. So has there been any adjustment with that as the internal controls have been tightened up?
Yes, there has. Some has been a learning curve for departments because, you know, we insist on following the process, and maybe before they didn't quite have to enter all those steps. But one of the things that we did do, you approved 3 budgets ago, a citywide procurement manager, Julie Martindale, who took the job, moved up from utilities, and is doing a wonderful job. And she really helps keep folks on the straight and narrow. And what we're trying to do, along with the legal department and IT, is streamline those processes as much as possible. So we've done a lot of work on developing base documents so that they're already there. We don't have to recreate those with the legal terms and conditions. So basically, we can drop in the requirements, and they already know, you know, if it's this much or it's this type of a project, it's got to follow this lead time. The other thing is trying to make it electronically. So we're working on implementing some additional features in our enterprise financial system that will let us move stuff electronically. Document management will help with that as well. That'll highlight where things are in the process. So that's where a lot of the efficiencies are going to be gained, but that's our goal.
Good, thank you.
Councilmember Granger?
Thank you. Speaking of internal audits, your goal is to develop and implement a comprehensive program that will assure, within reason, compliance with state and federal rules. So, I mean, are we going to comply with them or not? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
We intend to comply with them. I can't. The day that the chief of police and the fire chief will stand up and say there'll be no more crime and no more fires, I'll stand up and say there'll never be another theft. So internal controls are a combination. It's a balancing act between efficiency and control. And you try to assess the risk. So the lower the risk, you may have less control. The higher the risk, the more controls that you have. But again, you can't, you know, if somebody wants to steal, they're going to, if they're very smart, they're going to find a way to do that. We try to make that hard for them to do. We can't control their motivation, but we can control their opportunity. There's no fail-safe system, so.
I got it.
All meaning we intend to comply.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a question. The food and beverage tax, according to state law, currently only counties can levy a food and beverage tax. Is that not true?
Yes, but once it's enacted, then it flows to the agency, the unit of government where the money is collected. So we would be working with the county on that, on those revenues and how they get expended.
But
we can't enact it, but we can.
Right.
We can assist in the financial analysis, which we've done in the past, of what that might bring in, what the allocation would be, what are the permissible uses for those dollars.
So if the county council were to adopt a food and beverage tax, a certain percentage of that would automatically go to the city?
I believe so.
Is that right?
Correct me if I misspoke. Yeah.
Mick Reneisen, Deputy Mayor. The tax, if enacted, is apportioned by where it's collected, as the controller said, and then it has to be determined to be used for a tourism-based activity. So the city would, if it's enacted, would argue that we would like to use our percentage for construction of an expanded convention center. And the county would have to determine the part that's collected for them, how they would like to use that to apportion towards a tourism-related activity. And so when you see these initiatives mentioned in legal and the controller, and I didn't put it in the mayor's office budget presentation, but clearly we're working with our county counterparts in looking at the opportunity to consider the enaction of the food and beverage tax, because we have strong sense that there's a strong opportunity to expand our convention center. We're the second most desirable convention city in the state behind Indianapolis, and we have the smallest convention center. And a lot of the advocates for this particular initiative, Visit Bloomington, Downtown Bloomington, and many of the others that have discussed this 4 years ago seem to be more in favor of it this time around, but again, that is completely a county discussion. However, Mayor Hamilton has said that the city will cheerlead for and help the county, and in fact, the city has land that would be part of the opportunity for expansion behind the existing convention center, and many of the incentives that would be part of the infrastructure, parking structures, road infrastructure, and other things that would facilitate an expanded convention center would come before the city and most likely this body in many cases, should the fundamental food and beverage tax be passed or some other method of funding the convention center expansion. That seems to be the most likely source, and that's the source that has been discussed in most of the previous conversations about how to expand the center.
Thank you. So, Mr. Underwood, the money in your 2018 budget would be to study how much might be brought in and how it might be spent and how it might be budgeted?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there other questions at this point? Because I have more. I can go on. Your narrative says that you're going to develop a formal debt policy for the city. What does that mean?
It's really looking, our goal was kind of two parts. One was kind of a short term. We knew we had some opportunities with GO bonds that were coming due, and we renewed those. The idea is to take a more formal view, a long-term view of that, and really talk about formalizing a policy on how we will pay for capital items. And essentially, you have three choices. There's nuances, obviously. You can bond, and there's different bonding opportunities for us. There's revenue bonds, there's TIF bonds, there's general obligation bonds. That's typically for longer type assets, 15 years and up. There's lease purchase, which is kind of that middle road. That's assets that, 7 to 15 year lives. Typically has a smaller span as far as payback. And then anything that's kind of 5 to 7 year, you really would like to get built back into the budget, a capital budget inside of our normal operating process. We've been working diligently to really look at the worst case assets and how we could get those replaced. So a lot of it has been spent on getting that backlog replaced, and we're starting to move down. So we just kind of want to develop a more formal debt process. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that you have a kind of a long-term debt policy as well as the Fiscal Task Force reviewed that and encourage us to develop that as well. And that'll also be part of a strategic long-term funding a policy document for the city overall. So the debt is a component of that plan.
Okay. Well, you mentioned the Fiscal Task Force recommendations. How are we doing on some of the other recommendations? For example, an external review of internal controls.
That'll happen this fall. We're on
Okay.
schedule to do that, yep. Once we get through the budget process and I can take a little vacation, I hope, then we'll be bringing that under contract and getting that done this fall.
Okay, great.
And then that will be on a 2-year cycle for that.
And You mentioned interlocal purchasing agreement is something that you've explored or your office has.
We want to. We've had some preliminary discussions, like with our county friends and the school. What we'd like to do is really expand that out, work with the university, work with the city and county and school systems and larger governmental agencies to really look at pulling our purchasing power together and driving down the costs, because volume a lot of times is the key. And we really feel like if we could have that interlocal group, then we can save money for everybody.
Have you found the other bodies are interested?
Everybody's interested in saving money.
Okay, good. All right, any other questions, Councilmember Rallo?
Yes, I'd forgotten. Could you describe a little bit about activity-based budgeting?
The idea is to focus in, especially on your service departments, the cost of programs. The Parks Department has done it. I started at the city in 1985, and they were doing it back then. It really focuses on looking at what's the program, what's the population we're trying to serve or the need, what are the resources needed to provide that, both personnel, operating costs, and capital. Are there revenue opportunities for that program? If so, what are they? And then to look at, then be able to assess, is it a worthwhile use of scarce city funds to have that program? And in the Parks Department, you know, obviously there's been ebbs and flows. You know, at one time golf was just huge. We built another 9. It's kind of come down. It's still very popular. Skateboarding, ice hockey, any of the programs they have, softball, baseball. There's ebbs and flows of those programs, and the idea is to be able to monitor those and shift resources where needed. So if a program's taken off and another program is starting to decline, we can now move those resources over and put them in the best bucket. We'd like to do that for all our service departments, to really take a look at getting departments, and it's part of this data initiative as well, is what are the metrics? How are we going to measure success? What are the goals? How are we going to measure that, and how are we going to tell if it's a success or not? And has the time passed for that? Because again, we just tend to add programs, so every program suffers because you just don't have enough resources. So that's the goal.
Gotcha, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, we go to the public. Any questions about the Controller's Office budget? No. All right, back to council. Any final comments? Councilmember Granger.
Thank you. I really appreciate your efforts to work on these internal controls, and I fully understand what you're saying about with reason to comply, but I see that we're really, working very hard to try to reduce the risk as much as possible, and I just really appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood.
Any other final comments?
Second.
All right, we will start on my left.
Yes.
Yes.
Pass.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, 601. And now, the best for last, the mayor's office. Mr. Renneisen.
Good evening, council members. I'm Mick Renneisen, the deputy mayor. It's my pleasure to present the Office of the Mayor's 2018 budget request. I have to say I need a better agent. For 22 years as I've come before you, I've been last. 20 years on Wednesday night and now 2 years running on Monday night. I'd have been here anyway, so it's all right. As all departments have told you before, we all have tried to define why we exist, what is our mission, and in the Office of the Mayor, we believe it's providing leadership, management, and strategic direction to the City of Bloomington as an organization. Some major initiatives of the Office of the Mayor include supporting and maintaining public safety, civility and justice, increasing our affordable housing stock, facilitating economic development through broadband coverage, being transparent in what we do, and taking care of city assets by managing wisely and investing resources, and also by being innovative. While all of our 2017 budget goals are listed on the coming slides, I'll note some highlights of the accomplishments of our office over the course of the first 6 months in 2017. You all are, I think, very familiar with the city survey. Some of our department heads have already mentioned some of the reference points to it. That is the first time in my memory that the city has ever conducted a survey citywide of all services that the City of Bloomington offers to our residents. As a result, that baseline of data we just collected will be used 2 years from now when we do this 2019 version of the city survey to compare and see how we're doing. Some of the questions will obviously remain the same, and then others will change as we see emerging issues in our community. So you'll see in our budget requests later a placeholder to put half of the cost of the city survey consulting fee in the 2018 budget. The second half would come in the 2019 budget. We actually do the compilation of the survey in 2018 in preparation for 2019. Another, I'll say, budget update, and with some success and some more we hope coming. Clearly there's been a lot of attention, and rightfully so, on challenges our community has been facing related to homelessness, to mental health and drug and alcohol addiction, and the associated and sometimes inappropriate behavior of some individuals, particularly in our downtown. The Downtown Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force, formed by Mayor Hamilton at his direction, has provided us with recommendations that we will continue to implement. As we've said many times, we need to try a variety of things to manage these challenges. We'll measure via Community Coordinating Council the effectiveness of the initiatives and base future actions on the merits of the success or the failure of those initiatives that are attempted. Now, this is a challenge that I think we all need to be patient and realize it's going to take time and patience from many of us in order to experience some improvement in this area. We've seen some of that, but it could change tomorrow, and I think we're all cognizant of that. In our communications department, Communications Director Mary Catherine Carmichael has had a busy first 6 months. You'll note that 149 press releases have been completed, along with numerous public engagement activities, all of those facilitated by Mary Catherine. She's also assisted our IT department in the rollout of the city's new website, and Rick Dietz mentioned earlier the need for a full-time digital communication specialist, largely to keep the content updated. I'll give a quick example of a little thing that seemed to us to be pretty evident, but IT people are busy doing the back of the house work and didn't notice this. If you looked for a particular archive story, they were not in the most recent date first going backwards. They were in the oldest first going forwards, and it's obviously not the way you would search for information or former news releases. So little things like that that a content-based person can watch for to keep our website updated. In innovation, a newly created division of the mayor's office, our new innovation director, Tom Miller, spent the first half of the year visiting with city departments to better understand where he could assist with process improvements. Tom has been successful at streamlining the production and quality of various departments' graphic design products by introducing Canva, a graphic design tool, to those departments. He also coordinated the first Civic Code Challenge that led to the development of a mobile app for purchasing transit bus tickets. Tom's also initiated testing of a commercial drone to assist with public safety operations, and in fact, on the test day, it helped locate a missing person. He'll also spend the second half of the year working with with our internal innovation committee that was formed of city staffers to look for additional ways to improve efficient delivery of city services. Moving into our 2018 activity descriptions, these are the Office of the Mayor's 2018 activities and goals. I first want to mention how incredibly proud we are of our department head team and the work that they all do for our community. I'll note that it took all of last year and into early 2017 to assemble our team of 15 department heads. And since then, we've spent several meetings and 3 workshops to develop our strategic plan for 2017 through 2020. Those are all not department heads up there. They're just citizens and department people, so don't think that's all department head people. You'll undoubtedly hear more about some of those priorities over the course of the week. Regarding transparency efforts, I'd like to share some data with you about the amount of contact that our office has had with the public. In 2016, we received 2,500 emails to the mayor@Bloomington account email. In 2017, it's been 958 to date. U-Reports, you're all familiar with that, Overall, 106 in 2016 that were sent to the mayor's office, only 13 in 2017. Total number of U-reports citywide in 2016 was 1,830, and in 2017 to date, 902. Correspondence, we still get letters. We've sent 50 out in 2016 responding to citizen concerns or feedback, and I don't have a number for you in 2017 for an update. The mayor instituted open office hours in 2016, and he had 27 people come and attend open office hours, take 15-minute appointments. In 2017, we've had 21 people take advantage of open office hours. And then finally, the atrium front desk, where Diane Daly staffs the front desk as the face person for the city. One-year tracking was just completed from August 1st of 2016 to August 1st of 2017. She's answered 5,649 calls. We've had 5,019 visitors pass through the atrium in 1 year. So that's just a little bit of some of the interaction that the Office of the Mayor has in terms of transparency and public engagement. This activity, serving as the voice of the City of Bloomington, transmitting information about programs, initiatives, and services to residents and visitors, is really shared by everyone in our office, but clearly this is a major function of the communications director and reflects significant public engagement efforts. I don't think it's a surprise to any of you that Mayor Hamilton is a strong believer in gathering and analyzing data to make the best decisions. That's the reason why we initiated Be Clear. Rick talked about that in his IT presentation. Our innovation director will continue to concentrate on gathering data to make recommendations for process improvements within city departments. And now I'll move to a summary of the mayor's office budget request. Our 2018 personnel services budget request is $724,150. This is an increase of $105,000 or 17%. I'll note the Innovation Task Force made 10 recommendations in their report to the mayor in August of 2016. The creation of a public engagement officer was the 4th prioritized recommendation, and creating an ombudsman was the 5th priority. In an effort to engage more with the community, we're proposing a new position, the Director of Community Engagement, which combines job duties of the 2 positions into one. I shared with you the amount of contact we have with community residents earlier. In addition to assisting with responding to these contacts, this position would interact with the business, education, and not-for-profit sectors of our community in a more proactive fashion. In addition, this position will work closely with the 31 city boards and commissions and have a representative of the mayor's office be more a part of both the selection of the members of the commission. I think you all do a great job of interviewing and vetting your members, and I think we could do more of that, and we just need another resource to help with both that and then implementing mayor's initiatives and talking with boards and commissions about their particular initiatives back up to the mayor's office through this position. I'll note the following communities have a position like this: in Indiana, South Bend; in North Carolina, Asheville and Greensboro; Smyrna, Georgia has a position like this; Amarillo, Texas; Hayesville, Kansas; Minneapolis, Minnesota; Akron, Ohio; and Wilsonville, Oregon. I mention those because you'll see they're both big and small communities from all over the country and all regions of our country. The second impact on Category 1 is a pay grade change for our executive assistant. This position was reviewed and upgraded by the Job Evaluation Committee, and the commensurate pay increase is part of the Category 1 request. In Category 2, the request increases by $3,455. Most of this is for a requested camera and associated supplies that would be used by the communications director and the innovation director. The balance of the increases is related to office supply purchases, which really match what we spent in 2016. As we didn't build the 2016 budget, we're finding our use of office supplies to be a little higher than what was budgeted. In Category 3, we moved the Innovation Fund to line 399 out of 311, and we reduced this request by $50,000. We hope to repurpose any unutilized innovation funds from 2017 into the 2018 budget. We would, of course, have to have your permission to appropriate that moving forward. You'll also note that 50% of the cost of hiring a consultant for the city survey is in the 2018 budget request, with the second half would come in 2019. And as mentioned earlier, we'll develop that late in 2018 in preparation for it going out to the public in 2019. Other lines in Category 3 that are impacted include dues and subscriptions, which increases by $7,900 due to the cost of the U.S. Conference of Mayors dues and the National Mayors Innovation Project dues. Line 399 increases due to the transfer of the Innovations Fund into this line, moving out of 311. Note that that request has been reduced by half in 2018. And then to summarize the mayor's office budget, it's an increase of 11%, total request of $889,252. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Questions about the mayor's office budget? Councilmember Sandberg?
Thank you. This may come up in another department, but I was wondering where the line would go or where the funds are designated for the possible expansion of the Shalom Center hours. I know we've certainly gotten a lot more than we expected contributions from the private sector, but I'm assuming since it's our idea that we will be contributing as well. Any ideas to where that line will come from?
Yes, it will be in the CFRD budget. It will
Okay.
be a separate created fund so that the funds that have been so generously donated by the private sector can be held in a fund that is non-reverting. Whatever wouldn't be used this year would be available for deployment next year. The city's funds would also be deployed. We'll use reversions most likely for the city $22,000, but we've already made that commitment. I want to make that clear. The city has put its $22,000 on the table. We'll just need to move it to the appropriate place at the end of the year in an appropriation ordinance.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Granger?
Thank you. I remember last year there was a vigorous discussion about the innovation director position and
I failed to remember any of that.
Okay, that's fine. There was also, I think intertwined with this discussion, discussion of changing the sustainability position into a director position. Is there any thought about that?
Well, actually, as you all know, Jackie Bauer has resigned her position from the city, and Alex Crowley, the director, is in the process of evaluating the current state of the position. And we do this for every vacancy in the city when they come up. You look and see, should it still be doing the same things that it is doing when it was created? And I think in Jackie's case, that's 8 years ago. Sometimes the answer is a quick yes, absolutely. The very same thing is what we need to continue to repeat. Sometimes the answer is maybe there are new focuses or initiatives that need to be incorporated into that job description. And within that discussion, and I know Alex has asked the question, is this the best department for that position to be located? We don't have all the answers for that at this time. That's currently underway since Jackie still is here at the city, and those discussions are ongoing.
Thank you.
Councilmember Volin?
This is a question I'll send via email, but I felt it was important enough that I wanted to ask it now. Why is the new proposed digital communications full-time position in ITS and not in the Office of the Mayor under the Communications Director?
Well, some of it is a function of updating content on a regular basis. So it could probably have gone in either place. And you heard Rick Dietz say that clearly there will be a line of communication from the Communications Director and others that are involved in communications throughout the city.
I don't consider that to be clear at all, and I wonder if you would support a transfer of that position into your budget from the ITS budget, because I think it's more important that that position be it's a communications position, not a technical. I mean, there's a webmaster who manages technical stuff, but this is about communicating. I mean, especially considering that you're proposing the long-awaited, for me, community engagement officer. Would you support that transfer? Do you have any problem with it?
Physical space, but that can usually be overcome. We have other people who work. Tom Miller's office isn't in the mayor's office either, so I think you could make that case.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Chopra, did you have a question?
No, ma'am, thank you. I'm sorry.
Other questions? Before we go to second round, I have a question. There just seemed to be a kind of a omission in the text when you were talking about, in the narrative, that the memo we got. When will the Switchyard Park project bid documents be ready? I think that was maybe something that you meant to fill in.
You'll hear that from the Parks Director, Paula McDevitt, and my understanding is bid documents will be ready this winter, whether that carries over into early 2018 or end of 2017. I'm not 100% sure, but the plan is to be, the bid would go out in the winter, construction would start in the spring. The citation in our report says 95 or 90% conceptual design is finished, and then they go immediately into the blueprint side, which is the bid documents.
Okay. Councilmember Granger, did you want to ask your other question?
I do, thank you. I don't know if I was sleeping, but did you note the salary of this new Director of Community Engagement position?
I did not. It would be in a similar range to the Director of Innovation. I think that's in the...
I know, thank you.
There's mention of a pilot pocket neighborhood under innovation. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Our Innovation Director's been looking at ways that, since there now is a passed ordinance, it says pocket neighborhoods can be constructed. He's looking with a local developer who builds tiny homes and has indicated an interest in working with the city to maybe construct some. And Tom's been looking at potential land opportunities both in the city and outside the city where something like that would be permitted and the right infrastructure's in place, with the goal of trying to maybe jumpstart a tiny home village or something similar to a pocket neighborhood. So he's taken a kind of a personal interest in this. It's clearly one of the mayor's goals to look at new and innovative ways to create affordable housing in the city. So Tom is running with that one, and that's where he is so far. He's worked with a local developer, and he's trying to find maybe some potential land resources.
Okay, I think that's it for me. Are there other questions? Yes, Councilmember Volin.
Again, I know that I said I would save most of these, but her question led me to ask this. Has the Office of the Mayor considered a similar, the problem with the Shalom Center is partly one of the multitude of different services that clients of the Shalom Center need, which are not all in the same physical location. Would the mayor's office consider some kind of capital investment in a center that could provide more of those resources that Shalom and other providers provide in a more geographically concentrated area, but one that doesn't necessarily impose upon existing uses as Shalom sometimes does now? I mean, if we're going to invest in pocket neighborhoods, could we invest in some kind of capital infrastructure that transcends any one agency's service provision?
So I think we're very open to ideas for how we can continue to work on the challenges that we all are real familiar with, and I wouldn't rule anything out. The community survey actually suggested that a large percentage, I'll have to get the actual number, of people who responded said they would support investment in ways to help with that exact situation that you mentioned. We're trying to implement now a lot of what the Safety, Civility, and Justice Task Force recommendations are, and we're trying to evaluate those as we go. That doesn't mean those are the only things we'll consider. So I think we're very open to the dialogue. I think it's important to remember, as Mayor Hamilton has indicated, that this is not just a city's problem to solve. This is our community's problem and challenge, and we'll need a lot of different people to invest. And you already saw the generosity of our business community, and the county government is also trying to help as well. So I think anything is worth considering.
The key word of my question was capital as opposed to operating expense. So
right.
That would also require providing some land or a place, and that's my question is specifically capital and geographic service. Thank you.
I did think of another question. The funds for the expansion of the hours of the Shalom Center that have been requested by the mayor, So they would be from the budget of Community and Family Resources, you said.
So since it's 2017, it'd be an appropriation of reversions at the end of the year, and then moving forward, if we were to commit for future funds, which we've not contemplated that yet because this is a pilot program, then the actual fund for where the funds would be distributed and held in the non-reverting fund would be in Community and Family Resources.
So the administration will not come to the council until the end of the year reversions ordinance to ask for this Shalom Center funding?
We've committed the funds. We're just going to ask you to move funds if we even need to. As you all know, sometimes the budget works itself out and we don't even have to ask for an appropriation to move it from one source to another. So it's only if we need to would we have to do that. We've committed the funds already. We believe we can come up with the funds within our existing budget resources for 2017.
I see. So it's a question that may not even come to council.
It may not.
Interesting. Okay, any final questions before we go? Yes, Councilmember Chopra.
I did have a question that you gave an acronym for where those funds would come from. Can you tell us what the acronym stands for? It started with a B, perhaps?
Oh, CFRD.
Community and Family Relations.
Resources.
Resources.
Oh, that department, got it.
Yes,
CFRD. Sorry.
Okay, and you're not intending to spend that money until when?
No,
You want me to take it?
no, I think I got this, but
Okay.
I just maybe, if I'm not very clear, you help me out.
All right.
All right, so a budget is a projection, you all know that. So things happen, you save money one place, and you need more somewhere else. In this case, we found this to be an administrative priority. We made a commitment to spend $22,000 of city resources. We have every reason to believe we'll not need to come and ask you for anything at the end of the year. And if we do, that's how we would do it. We would do it in the appropriation ordinance that would move funds from one place where we saved it over to where we want to repurpose it. So I don't want you to be misled in thinking this happens all the time. We move funds from within the allowable places we can to the priorities as they emerge throughout the departments. So this is not new. It's just if we were for some reason not able to save $22,000 and have that available to deploy for this from one source, we'd have to ask you to move it to cover this commitment.
My question wasn't like questioning that transfer. It was about the timing of when the check would be cut.
That's, so I think Shalom is working on getting staffed and telling us when they need to start having funds deployed.
Okay.
We've got those funds when they need them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we go to the public. Any public comment on the mayor's office budget? I see none. We come back for final comments from council members on the budget of the office of the mayor. Councilmember Granger.
I guess I'm really concerned that we may lose our sustainability position. I'm disappointed that the mayor's office wasn't thinking about trying to include that in that particular budget. I think it would be great, in fact, to have a whole new department of innovation and sustainability, but I am concerned that we're going to lose it. I'm very concerned given the fact that these efforts at conservation and sustainability will save probably $1 million to the city over 10 years. I know we haven't had that position for that long, but the way that the savings will be realized, it just seems like it seems short-sighted on the office of the mayor's part, when I know John is really not short-sighted. I'm just so concerned about that I want my concern in the record. I do not want to lose that position. I don't want to lose the momentum that we have with our energy savings, and I just wish that he would reconsider that.
Just point of if I could make a quick point. That position is currently budgeted in this year's budget, and it's included in the 2018 request as well.
is?
Yes.
He just said that, or, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
It's
Mr.
just a review
Renaissance
of the
just-
duties and where it might be the most appropriate place
Okay.
for that to be. It was never a discussion of whether or not there would be one.
We are not going to lose that position.
No, all I was saying is that we're evaluating what it's doing as a matter of course as we do any open position.
Sure, that's
Not
fine.
that it's going away.
I still
We
like to see it
should
in
not
the...
fear that it's going away.
Okay, that's a relief. I'd still like to see it in the mayor's office. I got the last one.
Thank you.
Other comments from council members? Well, I'd just like to say that I'm going to be passing on this budget because this is the second year in a row that we've been asked to approve a new full-time position in the office of the mayor. So I need to think carefully about the long-term implications of that. I frankly think this one was more important than the one we funded last year. So I'm going to be, that's my reason for abstaining at this point. I just need to think about that a little more. And we don't want the balance of the departments to get out of whack. So this seems like in 2 years, a rather big increase in the office of the mayor. I love what Councilmember Granger said about a new Department of Innovation and Sustainability. I think that is an idea that should be explored. Any other final comments? If not,
Move to pass.
okay.
Hand up down there.
Oh, there was a hand up?
Down there.
Yes.
Councilmember Chopra?
Just briefly, I wanted to say that for reasons stated by Councilmember Piedmont Smith, I'll be passing this evening as well.
All right, well, we will start on the left.
Yes.
Pass.
Pass?
Pass.
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 All right, so that passes, well, it doesn't, but anyway, the vote is 106. We will keep thinking about that one. Thank you all so much for your presentations and your time tonight, and we are adjourned until tomorrow at 6.